Today is Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. It's our fiscal year 21 annual budget meeting. The time is 6:05 p.m. Lucky us, we're all together today via the WebEx conferencing system. This meeting is being recorded and videotaped by the City Council and GCTV 15. If any other person present are doing the same, please notify me at this time. And feel free to come off mute.
The Greenfield City Council is also recording via WebEx.
Seeing nobody else, Clerk Scott, may we please do a roll call?
Councilor Jarvis.
Present.
Councilor Gwynn.
Present.
Councilor Disorder.
Present.
Councilor Bottomley.
Here.
Councilor Dolan.
I'm here.
Councilor Gilmore.
Here.
Councilor Wheeler.
Present.
Councilor Mayo. Councilor Mayo.
Still don't see him in the chat.
I don't either. I may check with him in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Kat.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Here.
Councilor Elmer.
Here.
Councilor Forgy.
Here.
Councilor Ricketts.
Here.
President Stemple.
Oh, sorry, present.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Perfect, thank you. Next, I'd like to suspend the rules of procedure. Rules of procedure 8, order and disposition of business.
So moved. Ricketts.
Second, Gilmore.
Motion has been made second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 We'll do it this way. All those opposed? No oppositions, and then abstentions. Okay. And just to ground rules once again for everybody, I think we're getting pretty good at this now that we're all together on the call. As we move forward, if we can continue using the chat box to just, if you enter anything, if you just say me, next, whatever, I will be more than happy to acknowledge you as you enter into the chat box. It helps us be a little bit more orderly in terms of who's speaking when, and we're not speaking over each other. Next, we have our second readings and public hearing. At this time, it's 6:08 p.m. Kathy, is it appropriate to open the public hearing?
Yes, it is.
And I will pass it off to Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. City Council, second reading, May 13, 2020. FY 2021 operating budget. Appropriate $53,879,617 for the FY 2021 general fund budget. Appropriate $1,430,399 for the FY 21 water enterprise fund. Appropriate $2,280,353 for the FY 21 sewer enterprise fund. Appropriate $1,529,684 for the FY 21 DSAT enterprise fund. Appropriate $450,000 from water retained earnings to FY 20 water enterprise operating budget. Appropriate $222,000 from sewer retained earnings to FY 20 sewer enterprise operating budget. Establish spending limits on revolving funds not to exceed $489,000. FY 2021 Mayor Capital Budget. Appropriate $230,000 to pay fire department for engine number 2. Appropriate $710,000 to authorize lease purchase for a combination fire engine rescue truck. Appropriate $75,000 to purchase fire department brush truck. Appropriate $350,000 to purchase fire department engine. Appropriate $10 million for the construction of a new fire station. Appropriate $76,000 to purchase security upgrades for 14 Court Square, 20 Sanderson Street, Energy Park, and wastewater pumping stations. Appropriate $150,000 to purchase a mobile police command post. Appropriate $20,000 to purchase a police mobile message board. Appropriate $115,000 for the design and reconstruction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $48,000 for traffic safety improvements. Appropriate $40,000 for the sidewalk replacement program. Appropriate $15,000 to replace guardrail. Appropriate $211,000 to purchase road treatment truck. Appropriate $75,000 to purchase mini excavator. Appropriate $44,000 to replace Fisk Avenue parking lot retaining wall. Appropriate $82,000 to replace Four Corners playground equipment with ACES components. Appropriate $203,000 to pave Newton and Federal Street schools and construct walkway at North Parish School. Appropriate $20,500 for painting at the North Parish School. Appropriate $157,500 to replace flooring at the middle school and Federal Street School. Appropriate $45,000 to replace and repair school fencing. Appropriate $100,000 to replace windows at North Parish School. Appropriate $38,500 to replace Newton and North Parish School's exterior doors. Appropriate $185,000 for equipment and related costs of reset expansion and customer installation. Appropriate $1 million for repairs and replacement of sewer inflow and infiltration. Appropriate $940,000 for dredging Leiden Glen. Appropriate $50,000 to be transferred from 1627 bond premiums to replace Green River pump station roof. Appropriate $45,000 for the Millbrook well reconditioning. Public hearing. In accordance with Home Rule Charter, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, May 13, 2020 at 6 p.m. at Greenfield High School Cafeteria, 21 Bar Avenue, or as it is via remote access, to receive public input on the following. FY 2021 operating budget, appropriate $53,879,617 for the FY 21 general fund. Appropriate $1,430,399 for the FY 21 water enterprise fund. Appropriate $2,380,353 for the FY 21 sewer enterprise fund. Appropriate $1,529,684 for the FY 21 GSET enterprise fund. Appropriate $450,000 from water retained earnings to FY water enterprise operating. Appropriate $222,000 from sewer retained earnings to FY 20 sewer enterprise operating. Establish spending limits on revolving funds not to exceed $489,000. FY 2021 mayor capital budget, appropriate $230,000 to pay fire department lease for engine number 2. Appropriate $710,000 to authorize lease purchase for a combination fire engine rescue truck. Appropriate $75,000 to purchase fire department brush truck. Appropriate $350,000 to purchase fire department engine. Appropriate $10 million for the construction of a new fire station. Appropriate $76,000 to purchase security upgrades for 14 Court Square, 20 Sanderson, Energy Park, and waste and water pumping stations. Appropriate $150,000 to purchase a police mobile command post. Appropriate $20,000 to purchase a police mobile message board. Appropriate $115,000 for the design and reconstruction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $48,000 for traffic safety improvements. Appropriate $40,000 for the sidewalk replacement program. Appropriate $15,000 to replace guardrail. Appropriate $211,000 to purchase road treatment truck. Appropriate $75,000 to purchase mini excavator. Appropriate $44,000 to replace Fisk Avenue parking lot retaining wall. Appropriate $82,000 to replace Four Corners playground equipment with ACES components. Appropriate $203,000 to pave Newton and Federal Street schools, construct walkway at North Parish School. Appropriate $20,500 for painting at the North Parish School. Appropriate $157,500 replace flooring at the middle school and Federal Street School. Appropriate $45,000 to replace and repair school fencing. Appropriate $100,000 to replace windows at North Parish School. Appropriate $38,500 to replace Newton and North Parish exterior doors. Appropriate $185,000 for equipment and related costs, GSET expansion and customer installation. Appropriate $1 million for repairs and replacement, sewer I and I. Appropriate $940,000 for dredging Leiden Glen. Appropriate $50,000 to be transferred from 1627 bond premiums to replace Green River pump station roof. Appropriate $45,000 for the Millbrook well reconditioning. The City Council may consider the same on Wednesday, May 13, 2020 at 6 p.m. Greenfield High School Cafeteria, 20 avenue, or remote access. Materials can be obtained from the city clerk's office, 14 Court Square, from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, or by phone, 413-772-1555, extension 6163. Ashley Stemple, Greenfield City Council President.
Excellent. And that is just the beginning of all the reading tonight for you, my friend. So at this time, I would invite those who I air quote, and I did, just to let you know, I turned off my video because my internet was acting wonky and I wanted to reserve the bandwidth. If that gets better, then you guys can see my face. If not, I will keep myself off video. But at this time, I'd like to welcome the public who signed in via our virtual sign-in sheet to speak. 3 minutes, you know the drill if you've spoken before. Clerk Scott, do you want me to keep time? Will you keep time? What works best?
I'll keep time.
Thank you so much. So at
You're
this
welcome.
time, Ed Berlin. I think you might be on mute, Ed.
I can take him off mute if, oh, there
I
he
did
goes.
it.
He's good
There
now.
you are.
You hear me now? Am I
Yes.
good?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Ed Berlin at 20 Orchard Street in Greenfield. Tim Farrell and I are co-chairs of the Library Building Committee. I am here to urge you to vote in favor of funding for the fire station in the capital budget. I'm sure all of you know that if the fire station is not moved, we will end up losing our $9.4 million in state grant, and we will have no new library, something that 61% of the voters supported last November. I just wanted to give you a quick report. The building committee has been really busy. We've been meeting twice monthly since January, and we're in fact a little bit ahead of schedule. We've already reached a consensus on the exterior views of the building as well as the floor plans. And I got to tell you, some of all the people who've seen it have been really, really excited. And I think we're going to be building something really, really special for Greenfield. We are presently in design development. We expect RFPs to go out this summer, and we'll be able to accept bids by the end of the summer. And we will actually are planning to be ready to break ground in late fall, obviously assuming the fire station has been moved by then. If all goes well, we're hoping for a ribbon cutting in December of 2022. Money-wise, we've received $1.8 million from the state so far, and that will cover us up until the time we break ground. And once we break ground, we'll receive another $1.8 million. And we don't expect any money to have to come from the city, at least until next spring. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. You all stay well.
Thank you, Ed. Next we have Paula Moore. Oh, sorry, Tim Farrell.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to obviously Ed mentioned that I am a co-chair of the library committee, building committee, but I wanted to more get into the financials side of the fire station. I think that this is a very difficult vote for all of you, and I completely understand that based on the current economic climate. However, there's a few things I'd like you to keep in mind. I think we'd all agree a new fire station is needed. I think this idea has been floated around. Moving the fire station has been floating around for probably 40 or 50 years, but for the last decade, it's been a work in progress. And right now, despite what's going on, it might actually be a good time to push forward. Interest rates are at an all-time low, and that's going to continue not just in 2020. That's going to push into 2021 and even into 2022. And municipalities do already get a great rate when they're borrowing, but we're going to see all-time record lows for interest rates. Many also believe that construction costs could be lower than what we are typically used to based on demand. Currently, commercial construction is ongoing, but residential construction is not. But while municipalities, government entities, individuals, businesses are more in a stand-down position, there are a lot of contractors looking for work, large and small. So it's very possible with materials as well as with construction costs to be both for the library and for the fire station in an advantageous position. Find our bids coming in lower because of this. Also keep in mind as far as debt payments go, while we're considering, I'm not sure the exact timeline for the fire station, but I don't expect that they would be putting shovel in the ground until at minimum 2021. The city of Greenfield isn't looking at paying bonding and paying debt immediately. So while we're in obviously a very difficult economic climate right now, I think we all expect that we're going to come out of this, and we're going to come out of this strong, and the economy is going to push forward in a positive way. And we might be in a very good position as far as low interest rates, low bids and construction costs, as well as being ready to move forward with a major project as our economy rebounds. And I think Greenfield is not just for these two projects, but just in general, it's going to be in a very good place. Another point to keep in mind is that in 2007, last recession, federal government was looking for shovel-ready projects. They wanted to see who was ready to go, so that with stimulus money they could participate in these projects, both to put contractors back to work, as well as just in general, government likes to do these types of projects when things are not sure what's going on with somebody. We want to be project ready. We want to be shoveling the ground for the fire station when the federal government's ready to go. And I expect that will happen. Obviously, it's not a guarantee, but it's something that we've seen in the past and something we could see moving forward. Right now, the consensus of the public and government is to shelter in place, and everyone holds, stand down and not look towards the future. I don't think that is necessarily the right move in a situation like we have right now. We need to be fiscally responsive, absolutely, and prudent with the dollars and the revenue we have as a community and the expenses that we have. And I have full confidence in our mayor, U.S. city councilors, and our finance team to do that inside of the four corners of our yearly budget. I believe that we can fund these capital projects as well as fund our operating budgets now and in the future. And for us to look at this as an opportunity to do our planning and to get our pieces in place and not kick the can down the road and put ourselves in a worse position in 2021, 22, or 23 because we think the economy is going to be a better place. We know that we want
Thank you, Tim. That noise was your buzzer. Thank you, Tim.
I'm done speaking.
I didn't want to give you the hook, but thank you very much. Next, we have Paula Morse.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Paula Morse. I am the president of the City of Greenfield's Clerical Union, and I am also the administrative assistant in the Treasurer Collector's Office and have been for the past 4 years. The budget for the Treasurer Collector's Office is being cut to what amounts to my salary. The cut will mean that I'm going to lose my job and my insurance for my entire family. Because of my seniority, I can bump somebody, but that will mean that they are losing their job and their insurance as well. And unfortunately, the office and ultimately the people of Greenfield are going to suffer as well. Instead of spending, instead of us doing the bills, we're going to have to outsource them to somebody else. We're going to have to close at lunch because we won't have enough staff to staff the office. We have something called direct pay. We're going to have to cancel that. That's where we take your payments, your real estate and your water payments directly from your account so that you don't have to worry about it. There's about 350 people that use that service now, and that will be done away with because of our staffing issues. We also will probably need to close early because there won't be enough staff to be able to man everything and be able to get the work done. These services are all services that the town and the people will no longer have. And what is the future plan for this office? Is the town going to start outsourcing, a lot of, the jobs that the town does now? And are the citizens of Greenfield going to be happy with this? I probably don't think so. I also want to note that I am the only person in the entire town of Greenfield that is being laid off. Is my salary really going to make a big difference in the cost savings to this town? And to all of you, it's just a budget out of millions of dollars. But to me, this is my family. This is my salary, and it's my insurance. It's everything we have. And since I am the only person in the entire town being laid off, it sounds a little personal to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you. Next we have Doris. I didn't forget.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Appreciate it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I really am just asking that you support the fire station.
Please. If you could also state your address for the record.
Oh, sorry. Yes, 170 Lighton Road.
Thank you so much.
Right, so I'm asking that you support the fire station. We've known for a long time that we need a new fire station. Now really seems to be the time. And we certainly need a new library. We certainly don't want to put the state grant funds at risk by not being able to move forward. So really, that's my request. Please support the fire station so we can move forward with the library. But on another note, I've been a resident of Greenfield since 1977. I have never been as confident, enthusiastic as I am now when I think about our leadership, our mayor, our town council, our department heads. I feel like we're just in incredibly great hands, and I'm so grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doris. You have no idea in this time how much that means to everybody on this call. Thank you so much.
Most sincere, as you know.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna, just because this is a little wonky and different for folks, I'm gonna go ahead and ask if there is anyone who'd like to speak to tonight's items via public hearing. And if you would like to do so and you just joined the call, we're doing a virtual sign via the chat box. And if you'd like to speak, please do so by typing in your name and your address. Seeing no further, I'm going to go ahead. Do I close now, Kathy? This is a little different.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And thank you to everybody who, in this strange time, came online today with us to speak. It's really appreciated. It's so nice to hear from the public because it's something that's been missing in our meetings. So thank you so much for everyone who did make the time to come out. So at this time, 6:28 p.m., I'm going to close the public hearing. And because we did suspend the rules, and I know that Chair Peretti is on the call, if everyone's okay with it, I don't know how to exactly maneuver this. So if we wanted to hear school things first, or do we just want to ask if anyone has school questions? Well, I guess what I also forgot was the mayor. So let's first hear from the mayor, and then Amy, if you are able to stay on, let me know. And if not, I completely understand.
Okay, are you ready to hear from me?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, good evening, counselors, and thank you for allowing me to speak, President Stemple. I just wanted to give a very brief recap of the budget for everyone, and to thank the Ways and Means Committee under the leadership of Vice President Wheeler for for their due diligence in their Ways and Means meeting. So, that said, I want to remind everyone that this budget was put together before we ever heard of the word coronavirus or COVID-19, nor did we really understand what the financial impact of that might be for the future of Greenfield and for our budget. Nevertheless, we're very cognizant of the fact that the city of Greenfield was bumping up very closely to its levy ceiling, which caused us to be very frugal in how we put the budget together. And to want to be able to cover all of our services for the people of Greenfield who rely on us. And I just want to acknowledge that all of the department heads had the opportunity to present their budgets to me, even though they began that budget process under the former mayor. At the end of the day, Director Gilman and I had to make some very difficult decisions on how to put together a budget that provided services to the taxpayers, that protected our employees as much as possible, that gave us a school system that could function and provide our budget for the coming year. We had many conversations with department heads. I have full confidence that whatever the ramifications of this budget are, we will be able to work through them, and the city of Greenfield will receive the services that it needs. These are very difficult times, and as I think many of you probably suspect, and I'd be happy to have Director Gilman speak to this if you wanted to, or if you wish to hear from her, we're not done yet. We hope that you approve a budget that allows us to go forward as if it were normal. But we know that we're awaiting what the government's budget is and what the final impact of the coronavirus is on our finances statewide. So there's a possibility that we will be coming back to you in the near future. But let's think of it one day at a time, one budget at a time, and one city budget at a time. So thank you very much for listening. And we're here, Director Gilman and I, for any of your questions. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Now I believe the fun starts. So we are on page 8. We will begin with the operating budget. If Chairperson Peretti is still on the call. Or did she leave?
I don't see that she is, Ashley.
Okay.
President Temple.
So at that time, then we'll just move forward as in our agendas. So we're on the operating budget, which is page 8. I believe it's page 8. I don't think it's page 8.
The operating budget order is on page 22.
Page 22, but I do believe for the operating budget, Vice President Wheeler, there is a wish to take this department by department. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam President, that is correct.
Okay. So take it away.
Yeah, I would recommend that we do it the way we did at Ways and Means this week, which is to go by the operating budget summary, which is, if you give me a moment to find it, it is in the budget. It's in the packet that we have, and I'll just find the page number.
Page 15.
Thank you, Clerk Scott. So just to clarify, this was a request we got from a counselor who has a conflict of interest in retirement and insurance. And I did check the guidance from the state, which indicates that counselors with a conflict of interest may abstain or recuse themselves from the issues at hand, the line items at hand. But as long as they do that, then they're allowed to vote on the operating budget as a whole. So that would be our reason for going department by department. So that said, we will start with legislative and I will actually, counselors, President Stemple, if you'd like to take any questions from counselors at this time, feel free to do so.
Yes, I'm Counselor Gwynn.
Hello. Basically, I was just wondering if we wanted to establish some kind of procedure, through Vice President Wheeler on, as he reads these, do we talk about lines, or I just want to kind of get an idea of what would work out best for how we're going to do this, how we're going to vote this, just because it's a little bit different than when we're all in one room. So if someone could just kind of lay out how you want this to happen when we're talking about lines or what have you.
Sure, and I'm happy to. I think we've actually done this in the past where we go department by department, and we kind of just pause, see if there's any abstentions, see if there's any reclusions, rather, and then we also just kind of check to see if anyone has questions about any line, and if not, or this is an opportunity to provide amendments to each department if so wished. But I'm also happy to kick this over to Vice President Wheeler, who just did this process with Ways and Means and might have some more insight onto how it worked best this current season.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, my intention, if it's the will of the council, will be I'll move each department budget, so the total budget that you see at the bottom, i.e. total legislative, total executive, etc., and look for a second, and then we'll have discussion and vote on each department by department.
Does that answer your question, Counselor Gwynn?
Sure, thank you. I just didn't want to start with not a guideline to follow to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Thank you.
Of course, and I'm sure others have the same question, so thank you for raising. Counselor Ricketts.
Yes, I just wanted, thank you, Counselor Stemple. I just wanted to say Counselor Stemple's right. We have done this before, and I've been watching all the budget meetings, and I actually like the way that Counselor Wheeler has been doing this. I really liked how it went last night, and I think just carrying on in that same manner, it was smooth and it made it a good pace that if people had to recuse themselves, they could, or someone had a question, they could jump in. But the meetings have been going really good, so I hope it continues the way we watched last night and last week. So thank you.
Kathy, is that you, Kathy?
Yes, it is. Thank you. So when motions are made, and particularly when motions are seconded, if the counselor making the motion or seconding the motion could please state your name for the record, that would be appreciated. And President Stemple, will all of these votes be by roll call?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we've learned our lesson there. All right. I just want to pause. So if anyone has, and I see your comment, Counselor Jarvis. So just let us know when that might arise. And we'll be happy to recuse you. And I think like the appropriate way to whatever, to do that, maybe go off video. I have no idea. This is a new rodeo that we're a part of here. So without further ado, Counselor or Vice President Wheeler, I'm going to kick it over to you to begin on page 15. Is everybody on page 15? And everybody sees the bottom line where it says total operation support. So that figure there is what we're working with per department. So I just want to be clear that everyone's looking in the right place. And it's only relevant if we make amendments. If we don't make amendments, then we move on. All right. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I, Councilor Wheeler, move that we approve total legislative budget of $73,995.
Second, Counselor.
Counselor Forgy.
Thank you. I would like to clarify if the motion has been made and seconded. Is it time for discussion on this item?
Yes, sorry, I was too focused on the line items. Yes, discussion.
Okay, so
Would you like to start? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Although the Ways and Means Committee, of which I
I'm sorry, Counselor Forgy. I just want to make sure that everybody who, if you're not speaking at this time, can you please check to see that your microphone is muted? Thank you. And I'm sorry, please continue, Counselor Forgy.
Thank you. In Ways and Means, although the vote came out as unanimous, I did voice a thought that we might be better served by taking a look at it on full council floor. And my thought at this particular time was to reduce our council budget by the town council stipends, which is $26,000 a year, and also by our meetings and mileage reimbursements. And this money could go back into general fund or stabilization fund. It also sort of serves as a good faith measure to show taxpayers that we are trying to be responsible and looking for ways in which to save money. I also understand in the course of this discussion that it was pointed out to me that stipends are set by ordinance, and so we would be violating ordinance. But my understanding of ordinance is that ordinance is subject to appropriation. So basically, we have the opportunity to go ahead and cut this line item out of our budget, put the money back into general fund. I think it would behoove us to at least discuss this. And I also think that it would be a good faith measure to show the taxpayers that we do care about what is happening, and we are trying our best to put our best foot forward. Thank you, President Stempel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Of course. Counselor Dolan.
So I would like to speak in opposition to this idea. I understand the sentiment at this moment. I do think that we need to be sensitive while we're thinking of everybody's income in this community, that statistically speaking, it's likely that one of the 13 counselors or more has also lost income as a result of this crisis. And I don't know that it's fair for some counselors to vote someone else's income on the council away. I would also like to say, it seems like there's an assumption being made here that the members of the council are in a financial position to the point where $2,000 a year wouldn't matter. I think if we're ready to make that assumption about this council, then this council is not working. because if we're really saying that there are low income people on this council, then that's a problem that we need to fix, because I don't believe that people who aren't low income can represent people who are. So I think I understand the sentiment. I think this is ultimately short-sighted and more yeah, I'm in opposition to it.
Thank
President
you.
Stemple?
Yeah, I see the question. So there's been no motion made on the floor. I think this is just open discussion for an idea. So if Councillor Forgy would like to make a motion for us to discuss, I ask you to do so at this time.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a motion to amend the bottom line total city council budget by $30,000 reduction, and therefore put that money back into a better use at this particular time. So we all know we've got tight times. Oh, that's not part of the motion. I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to reduce the total line bottom budget by $30,000.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made. Second. Councillor Wheeler. You're still muted. Still muted. Still muted.
All right,
There
here
you go.
we go. Sorry about that, everyone. The Chromebook wasn't responding. Just briefly, I want to outline my understanding of what would happen. So while line items are subject to appropriation, my understanding from when council has acted in a similar manner in the past is it has actually come out of the general fund for the following year's operating budget. In this case, while it may be subject to appropriation, the mayor is ultimately in charge of all ordinances being enforced, and the city clerk is herself also responsible. So I don't think it would be appropriate to put anyone in the position to in this kind of awkward position, and I don't think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Clerk Scott.
I would like to remind people to not use the chat when posing questions, only when you would like to make a comment.
And Clerk Scott, can you answer? No more questions in the chat box, but can you answer Councillor Dolan's question?
The amendment would be a majority vote.
So not a supermajority. Thank you.
Correct.
Let's see. Councillor Gwynn, please.
Sorry, we jumped ahead. I guess, Clerk Scott, or I'm just looking for clarification with the ordinances based on appropriation. I think there's a way, if that's the stumbling point, I don't think that's where we should get hung up. It should be the theory of the amendment. But if we can, I'm just kind of lost on where we're going with this. If ordinances are based on appropriation, we could then do something with the ordinance for a given period of time to vote that through, which could be linked to this. Councillor Scott, Clerk Scott, any thought on this? Because that is not how we used to operate as far as that. It was always based on appropriation. So I'm not sure of that, and I'm not disagreeing with Councillor Wheeler. I just need some clarification.
So I'm looking at the ordinance currently, and this language in this ordinance does not say that it is subject to appropriation. It says the town of Greenfield shall appropriate funds to compensate members of the Greenfield School Committee and Town Council with an annual stipend in the amount of $2,000 to be paid annually at the completion of each year of service. So other than that language, it does not say, it says the town of Greenfield shall appropriate funds each fiscal year, beginning in fiscal 2015. This is for the training and continued education. So it does not, this does not say subject to appropriation.
But it does say will appropriate on a given year.
It says shall appropriate.
Okay.
Does that complete your question, Counselor Gwynn?
I guess I just don't know the precedent that we're going after here with, changing budget lines, whether it's, appropriations, or I just don't know where to go with this, because we would run into this throughout the whole budget, I'm guessing. So it's just a new thought. So I'm making sure my understanding is correct.
Right. I'm going to shift to Counselor Elmer, and then Counselor Jarvis, and then we can. I'm trying to think. Should we decide whether or not we want to amend this and then worry about the legalities of it, or is it the legalities first? Counselor Elmer and Jarvis, I'm going to get back to you. I just want to get this point of information from Vice President Wheeler first.
Thank you. Point of information is Will Roberts on the line?
He is.
Would it be appropriate to ask his,
I'm right here.
his opinion in this matter?
I'm here. Can you hear me all right, Otis?
Yes, I can, Will. Thank you.
You bet.
Just as the parliamentarian, is this something that you would weigh in on?
I would if I had clarity on it myself. If the enabling ordinance says shall appropriate, that sounds pretty imperious to me. And I would say that you could refuse to appropriate it if you wished, speaking of the council. But I don't know whether that would open the council to some other kind of action. I have no idea. I'm completely at sea on this. My brilliance is gone.
That's not true. I'm trying to remember. I know that it's been in the past we've dabbled in cutting this line item, and I don't think it ever. I think it always failed. So there's no history behind it. But
as parliamentarian, may I interject?
Yes, please.
And just say that I would think that you are free to reject any line item you wish.
I think that sounds correct to me too. I'm going to go back to Counselor Elmer.
Hi.
Or unless Kathy, you have something. I'm sorry, Scott.
I was going to say, we discussed this at Ways and Means, and at that time, I'm going to say what I said at that time, which is I support the sentiment of Councillor Forgy, but this is a broader point. But we're faced with a budget now that's got a lot of items in it, and we don't know what's coming up in the future. It may be that we're going to need to take desperate measures, and that jobs are going to be lost, and that might be the appropriate time to make this kind of gesture. At this point, I would vote against it. I don't think we need, I don't think we've reached that desperate time yet. And when it does, I'd be willing to revisit it.
Thank you. Counselor Jarvis?
Thank you, Counselor Sneppel. I'd just like to say at this time that I believe that a lot of city councilors will probably maybe using this money for babysitting so they can be available to make committee meetings and chair meetings and stuff like that. And I do understand that some people may be in financial difficulties and stuff like that because everybody's suffering from COVID. And I would also like to point out that the word "shall" in there, usually when "shall" is in a verbiage, it means that you will do it. So for those reasons, I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you, Counselor Jarvis. Clerk Scott?
I withdraw my comment.
All right, thank you. Counselor Ricketts? Maybe muted.
So hard when I don't
Still
know,
can't
so,
hear you. There you go. Now I can hear you.
All right, thank you. If I fully understand this, this is so that school committee and counselors will not get the $2,000 as we usually do, correct? That's what this amendment is to remove the $2,000 piece.
Correct.
Nothing else. Because you know how we had on the table, we were talking about.
It was 30,000. The math doesn't, 30,000, 2 times 13. Sure. The math doesn't really make sense to me, but I think that was the intent.
That's why I'm trying to figure out. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what the 30,000 is actually taking away.
Yeah, Counselor Forgy.
Missing something?
Yeah, it was a reduction of $26,000 out of the stipend line item. And then it would be a further $4,000 reduction out of meetings and seminars line item. So it would be 5112 and then it would be 5111, whereas I'm asking for the reduction in the pay and also $4,000 from meetings and seminars.
Does that answer your question, Counselor Ricketts?
Yes, absolutely. So, so I cannot be in favor at all of taking away the stipend piece, basically because the school committee is unaware that we're even discussing doing that also. Where we have been discussing for the last 6 months was increasing the stipend, and we haven't got to the point where we've made that decision yet. So to make that now and to take that piece away from everybody, I don't think that's right. Because of COVID and everything else, I think lots of meetings are going to be canceled and we are not going to be traveling to any kind of conferences and everything. So I can see taking the training piece away, leaving everybody with their 2,000 stipend for now. And then when it comes down later on about increasing, that's when I feel the councils have to think, because that's when the taxpayer will be looking at us like, what are you thinking about doing right now? Times are really hard. But this, no, everyone already knows that they're going to be getting it, and it's for the year, and we're already into the year. We're already 5 months into it. We get those checks in December. People who ran for office, everything that's there. We don't know what financially anybody's going through right now, so I won't be able to vote for this. I am willing to make a friendly amendment to take out the training piece, just because I don't feel like everything that I know is being canceled right now for workshops everywhere. So I don't feel like anybody's going to be able to utilize that money this year anyway. So that would be my friendly amendment to that.
Before any friendly amendments are made, I want to clarify that this is just the council budget. This is under the council line item. This is not the school committee budget.
Oh, but I thought it was that same ordinance thing that you were reading. But if it's just not-
It's the 13 of us less the funding for the meetings. So that's where the 30,000 comes from.
Okay, so, yep, thank you for that clarification. So I cannot vote for the reduction of the 2,000.
All right, thank you. So there's a I'm not sure if that's a friendly amendment. I think that's a totally different amendment than the intent of Councilor Forgy's figure. So let me, Councilor Forgy, question. You might.
I'm sorry, were you asking me a question?
You had typed into the box that you had a question.
Oh, no, I wasn't. No, thank you. No.
Yes, Councilor Dolan.
I spoke to the stipends earlier, and I didn't speak to the training line, which I'd like to do now. This is something, my first 2 years on the council, that line was cut, and we had no professional development budget. This past year, for the first time in my 3rd year in office, I was finally able to go to the MMA conference, which most counselors from around the state go to. It's an excellent opportunity to learn about some of the really arcane things that we deal with, like this budget process or zoning or some of the other really like in-depth, complex issues that are on our plates 12 months out of the year. So I don't know why this minuscule line is always the first thing to get cut. But I think it really speaks to a lack of respect for the work that we do on this council and for the importance of good information and the importance of knowing what else other communities are doing around the state. I think we would be foolish to take that opportunity from ourselves.
So before we move forward, I am going to go ahead. I guess my brain isn't working, but so we have a motion on the table, and we have a suggestion to amend the motion. But Will, would you consider that a friendly amendment, or I think that's a completely different idea for that line item?
The maker of the original motion could accept it as a friendly amendment.
Sure. All right.
Other than that, no.
Okay. So I'm going to kick it back to you, Councilor Forgy. Councilor Ricketts' suggestion was to, rather than remove 30,000, it sounded like her suggestion was to whatever $500 times 12 or 13 is, to remove that line item instead. Is that something you're willing to accept, or is that a no?
I'm not inclined to accept that as a friendly motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Councilor Gwynn, you have and that can always be made as an alternate motion if this fails. So, Councilor Gwynn, clarification. You have a question?
All set. You've clarified.
Okay. Great. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you. So as a point of information, if we're talking about the FY21 budget, this money would actually be paid out next year. So if we're talking about cutting something like training, which seems like it's off now, but just, because people do have it on their minds at the moment. If we're talking about training, we're talking about training that would happen after the coronavirus epidemic is over. Well, hopefully over. So any training money that would have been expended would have already been expended for FY20 by now. So I don't know if that makes sense because we're talking about fiscal years and not calendar years. But my comment, I just wanted to say that in going back to Councilor Dolan's point, about how, we're living in a working class town with a lot of people who do struggle to get by. And one of the great things about running for city council is there's like a lower barrier to entry. So people who are working class and struggle to get by are able to serve on this council. And I'm not embarrassed to admit that I am one of those people. So when we start looking at who's getting laid off right now, who's being furloughed right now, and even just year to year, like even when things are, a little bit rosier than they feel like this week, we have people who can't serve on the city council if they need to have two jobs. And I think that those are the people whose voices really need to be represented, considering we're one of the poorest towns and one of the poorest counties in the state. I think it's really important that we make sure that we have single mothers and that we have people who struggle and live paycheck to paycheck, who are able to represent our neighbors and be able to speak to how difficult it can be getting by in this town from that perspective. I don't want this to become a council where you have to be, some sort of wealthy person who has, I just don't feel like that's going to be how we represent the interests of Greenfield if we have like this ruling class that's able to participate.
Thank you. Councillor Bottomley.
Yes, being my first year on council, I also had a question about process because we've spent countless hours reviewing the budget very carefully, and yet there was no motion made to this during the Ways and Means. And normally it seems like we have quite a bit of time, so all the councilors know important amendments or motions that would be coming forward. So it's just a little bit of a surprise to come at this point. So I'm curious if this sort of thing would normally go through a committee process.
Yes and no. That's a good question. Yes and no. In the past, we have done it both ways. We've done amendments on the Ways and Means floor, and then we also fast forward amendments to the full council floor. And so they're welcome at both levels because, of course, those of us who don't sit on Ways and Means might have a need and opportunity to propose an amendment that wouldn't have been, I guess, available to them because they don't sit in that committee. And so, yes and no. And to your point, we are spending a lot of time on this. And so I want to be the facilitator of this conversation and not the one to like push the emergency let's vote button. But if counselors are feeling that way, then I do recommend we move ahead with a decision on this motion so we can move forward with the rest of our evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no further discussion, let's take a vote on the motion. The motion is to reduce total legislative by $30,000. And for math purposes, that looks like reducing it to $43,995. We'll take a roll call. A yes vote means you are in favor of reducing the line item. A no vote means that you are not in favor of reducing the line item.
Councillor Jarvis?
No.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
No.
Councillor Bottomley?
No.
Councillor Dolan?
No.
Councillor Gilmore?
No.
Councillor Wheeler?
No.
Councillor Mayo has not joined us. Councillor Hirschfeld?
No. No.
Thank you. Councillor Elmer?
No.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, so we're still on legislative. Are there any other amendments? Seeing none. Okay, so moving on to executive, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank
President Semple,
Yes.
there is a motion on the floor for the total legislative line that needs to be voted.
I'm sorry. Yep. So back to Vice President Wheeler for the legislative.
So actually, I have nothing else to say. I think
All my videos rolling. All right, so then we can vote.
that would be the time for a roll call vote.
Counselor Gwynn.
Just a quick question. Is Counselor Wheeler going to give us the recommendations from Ways and Means on what the committees did to move this forward?
Thank you, Counselor Gwynn. I completely forgot. Yes, I will be happy to make the report on all of these departments as well as all of the other orders that will come before us. This had a positive unanimous recommendation from Ways and Means to approve as submitted.
Thank you. And good question, Counselor Gwynn. Thank you. So we will move to vote the total line item 73,995. Roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
No.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes by majority.
Great, thank you. Guys, we made it through one. All right. Back to Vice President Wheeler for the executive.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total executive in the amount of $329,503.
Second, Ricketts.
And report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation with amendment, which I would like to make at this time. I move to amend the mayor's salary from $89,000 to $88,825, which gives us a total executive line item of $329,328. And if I'm actually, I guess I'll wait for a second before I speak to the amendment.
Second,
Jarvis.
Disorder.
Thank you. If I still have the floor, this amendment is required by the code, which stipulates that the mayor is inclined to receive a raise of the lesser of either 5% or the average increase across all bargaining units, including COLA and STEP for the city. And Director Gilman looked into that for us. She did the math, and the average increase was 4.5%, which is where I arrived at the number that I just proposed. And just speaking personally for myself, I would not always be inclined to give an incoming mayor a 4.5% raise less than 6 months into the job, but I think there is a pandemic on, and Mayor Rita Gartner has been doing an excellent job. And I do think that this salary is in line with what she deserves.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we can move to vote. Roll call on the amendment.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Any further amendments to the executive? Seeing none, now we will move to vote on, can you repeat that total line item, Vice President Wheeler? Or the total line?
Yes. So now the on is $329,328.
Thank you. And so
Counselor Jarvis.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I was going to cue you to do just that. So thank you.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Next, we are moving to financial administration. Vice President Wheeler.
I move that we accept the total financial administration line item of $1,046,325.
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation.
Thank you. Any amendments from counselors?
I just had
Who
a
is
question. This is Norm Hirschfeld. I just had a question why the treasurer's position was cut. That one position was cut. I'd like to know why.
Okay, so who do we have on the line here? Is the mayor here? Trying to think who would be able to answer that.
Yes, I'm here as well as Liz Gilman, and I think the question was directed to Director Gilman.
Okay, perfect. There you are, Director Gilman.
You might need to unmute her, Kathy.
There she goes.
So, as the mayor explained in her introduction, this was a very difficult budget. And quite honestly, this is like the first round of reductions because we know we will be back to you. And we felt that there were some efficiencies to be achieved in the department. And, you know, like I said, going forward, we know we will be back to you with further reductions. So basically it was a decision to start working toward more efficiencies in the financial administration area. This isn't the only place. There was a reduction in hours and then one of the other departments. So we even strive to get even more efficient in the near future.
Thank you.
Does this mean that we will be going to an outside vendor for some additional help for this department?
Counselor Hirschfeld, I just need to make sure that we don't all start talking over each other. Okay, so if you can wait to be acknowledged, that'd be really helpful. Thank you. And
Okay,
Nora,
thank you.
follow up. Go ahead. Norm, if you can repeat your follow-up. Sorry about that.
Oh, does this mean that we are going to possibly an outside vendor to make up the difference with this department or any of the other departments if we're laying people off?
In this, can I respond? In this particular situation, there's a piece that's going to be outsourced, which is just the stuffing and mailing. And this particular vendor is actually going to save us postage money. So it's not like the entire position is being outsourced. It's just a small piece, again, toward more efficiency.
And I see that the mayor would also like to speak.
Hi, I was going to answer Norm's question because Liz had taken herself off. I stand with what Liz just said, but yes, I can say that your concerns are on the treasurer collector's office. We haven't made any decisions per se yet. We are in discussion about how to proceed with one less person, but I'm confident that all of the services that are needed for the taxpayers are going to be given in any case. So we will make it work. And as I said, we had to make difficult decisions in putting this budget together.
Guys are not wearing my Tacticam gear. I ordered it, hasn't come in yet. Anyway,
Thank you for muting whoever that was. All right. Are there any other questions or are there any amendments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote for financial administration as it's written, 193,894.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Oops, I'm sorry. I need to hold on, Kathy. I read the wrong. I didn't go to the next page. 1,046,325. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
And obviously that's always hard, hard budgets, and the council can't actually appropriate more than what the line item is. And so I know that this is hard, and I just wanted to make that comment before we move on. to operations support. I'm going to kick it back to you, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total operations support in the amount of $974,963.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation.
All right, so is there any discussion or desired amendments to lines in operations support? Seeing none, we will move forward to vote as written here, 974-963. We'll do a roll call.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Moving on to licensing and registration, Vice President Wheeler.
I move that we accept the total licensing and registration budget in the amount of $232,894.
Second, Ricketts.
All right, report from committee.
This also received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means.
Thank you. Are there any points for discussion or any desired amendments? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please, on the total as written here under Mayor, 232,894.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Moving on to land use and development, Vice President Wheeler.
Move that we approve the total land use and development budget in the amount of $113,896.
Second, Disorder.
Go ahead. Report from committee, please.
This also received a unanimous positive recommendation from committee.
Excellent. Are there any discussion or amendments from other counselors? Heard a ding, but it wasn't to me. Okay, so we will move forward with a roll call vote on the
Counselor
total, sorry, 113,896.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, moving on to other other general government, please, Vice President Wheeler.
I move that we accept total other general government in the amount of $1,636,916.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee, please.
This also received a unanimous positive recommendation from committee, and I would just note that central maintenance is being moved under the auspices of DPW, but due to Massachusetts accounting requirements from municipalities, it will stay where it is in other general government. Thank you.
That's a good call out. Thank you for that. Councilor Gilmore.
I have a related question. So I'm wondering, since central maintenance is being moved under DPW, in future years, are we going to see that in the DPW budget, or is it always going to remain separate? Do we know?
It sounds like from what Vice President Wheeler just said, it will always be separate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep. Does that answer your question, Sheila?
It answers it well enough for tonight. We can talk about it further later.
Sure. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will move to vote on the total as written here under Mayor. $1,636,916. We'll do a roll.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Can this, Councilor Gwynn, is this about public safety or?
It's about combining departments like we did with that one, looking at it in this kind of fiscal year. I just had a question if other avenues were being looked at. I didn't necessarily recognize that in the reviews that I looked at.
So your question, I guess, go ahead while we move beyond it, but I will accept your question. So go ahead.
As appointments and ordinances met with DPW, and we got that moved right along with the cooperation of the mayor's office in taking the DPW and central maintenance and combining it. I know in years past there was discussion on doing some more of combining of the health department with the departments that do the inspections to kind of cut down, oversight and management. Are those things still being looked at, that where there's possible savings by, combining some of that oversight to cut down on those costs?
Point of
Is
order.
that a question for me?
Yeah, I just don't know where it belongs.
Yeah.
When we get to DPW, Councilor Gwynn, can you ask your question then?
Sure. I just didn't know where to put it in because, as we're going through department by department, it was more of a general department head question. So that was the thought. So I can hold it or withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think to keep it moving along, just because it's wedged in between, it might make more sense to bring it up during DPW. Okay. All right, so Vice President Wheeler, we are moving on to public safety, please.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total public safety departmental budget of $7,290,623.
I'm on the city council budget meeting online right now.
Second
Second,
Ricketts?
Oh, is it urgent? Is it
If
urgent?
you are not speaking, please mute yourself. All right, so report from committee, please.
The public safety combined budget received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means.
Thank you. Any questions or desired amendments from counselors? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler, Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to education, Vice President Wheeler.
I move that we approve the total education budget in the amount of $20,898,965.
Second Ricketts?
Thank you. Report from committee.
Received a unanimous positive recommendation for committee. We acknowledged that it is not a level funded budget. There likely will be cuts that will have to be made. But seeing that we are in a state of emergency, we felt that it was an appropriate budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or desired amendments from counselors?
Question?
Who is that?
Norm.
Sure, go ahead.
I wondered if the school committee had gone over and submitted their budget to the council. Because at the time when the Ways and Means was looking over this, I don't think they had submitted their final assessment of the budget. I could be wrong.
I'm going to perhaps, Vice President Wheeler, do you have any, I don't know if there's anyone from the schools on the line, because this, of course, is the school committee meeting.
I can
Vice
speak
President Wheeler?
to, yes, thank you, Madam President. I can speak to the information that we had at Ways and Means, which was we had the number for the total recommended budget that came from school committee, which was an increase of about $2.1 million from last year. That was not forwarded by the mayor. The superintendent was at multiple of our meetings, as was Chair Prietti, and they both spoke with an understanding that this is not a normal budget year, and they showed a willingness to work with the confines of the budget submitted by the mayor. That said, Ways and Means did not have line items for the coming fiscal year because there would be a lot of adjustments that the superintendent and the school committee would have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Norm?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
No worries. Thank you very much. All right. So are there any other questions or are there any desired amendments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor DeSorger,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Next, we will move on to Public Works, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we approve the total public works budget in the amount of $2,484,800.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from committee. You'll see that it's actually a slight decrease. We found that DPW is finding a way to work within their means and get everything done while they do it.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? My computer is being funky. All right. Thank you for that. Questions and comments. And yes, Counselor Gwynn, I believe it makes sense for you to ask your question now.
All right. Just a point of clarification before you were asking why I put it there. We were coming out of central maintenance, which was a very successful cost-saving merger, going into public safety that includes all the inspectors' offices. So I was just trying to put it in a place where we had a positive result from consolidation, going into a place that I was questioning whether there could be consolidations made. Now we're into DPW, but really it was for the mayor's office, more of a question as we keep hearing they're going to go back and we're going to have to look at, as Liz Gilman said, this is the first thing we did. We'll have to come back as things could get tough. My question to the mayor's office was, is there consolidation possibilities in other departments with inspectors and some of those office health department? Is there combinations that could be done to save on management levels in those departments by combining into those groups? That was my question.
Do you want me to answer?
Yes,
Actually,
I welcome you to answer. Yes, please, Mayor.
Oh, thank you, President Stemple. So, Councilor Gwynn, there are definitely conversations going on about consolidation. Not so much where you're asking, although it's worth considering. We are talking more at the school city level, which I think has the opportunity to provide greater savings, really. So just know that it is something that from the very beginning of my taking on the office of mayor that we've been talking about. And I've been in conversation with Jordana and Amy along those lines, as well as other people in the city, Liz Gilman and so forth. So nothing we could do about this year, but definitely for coming years. Yes.
Yes, Councilor Gwynn.
Thank you. I just want to say that when we did that consolidation that you put forward, and they did such a great job working with us at Central Maintenance and the DPW. The department heads were spot on. We saw it. It worked. They were both positive. If we can get some of those results by looking at that and saving on that upper level where we have people that are running, it's just a great thing. They were great to work with. I hope we can do more of this, and I appreciate the effort and the attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will vote on the Public Works line as written under Mayor, and we'll do a roll.
Councillor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councillor Disorder,
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councillor Dolan,
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler,
Yeah.
Councillor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councillor Elmer,
Yes.
Councillor Forgy,
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're going to move on to other DPW related expenses. Vice President Wheeler, please.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total other DPW expenses budget in the amount of $497,150.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation, and we noted the drastic increase in trash disposal fees, which has, of course, been under discussion for the past few months. You'll notice an almost $200,000 increase there, but we did note that the pay-as-you-throw fees, which come from the stickers that you put on your trash bags that you leave out at the curb, or the stickers for your cars to go to the transfer station. The budgeted amount for that actually increased by $150,000. That goes back into the general fund, and you don't see it in this departmental budget, which is why I just wanted to point out that there is an increase to go along, increase in revenue to go along with this increase in expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. So any comments or questions, Councillor Gwynn?
Yeah, just a quick comment once again. I just want to say that I know the citizens are concerned with the fees and that. I have such confidence in the director of DPW on how he went at this in trying to, find ways to save money and move that trash with those huge things. We are looking at it. He did. I felt confident in all of those efforts. So I appreciate Councillor Wheeler explaining that money difference, which will make a difference. But it's not something that was taken lightly by a DPW, and everyone should be aware of that.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you. I wanted to sort of piggyback on what Councillor Gwynn just mentioned. I know that on my committee, CRE, we were supposed to talk a little bit more about this and do some community outreach around this, except, given the circumstances, we haven't been able to do that. And I do regret that the circumstances prevented us. But I want to say that Director Warner has really done a great job of explaining this in layman's terms that me who does not have any kind of background in DPW work at all, I was able to understand it. And I just regret that we weren't able to get this out to all of our residents as quickly as we wanted to.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote. Please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Moving on to Human Services, Vice President Wheeler.
I move that we approve the total human services budget in the amount of $907,151.
Second, Disorder.
Report from committee, please.
This too received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means.
Thank you. Comments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we have Culture and Recreation, please, Counselor Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total culture and recreation budget in the amount of $870,583.
Do I hear a second? Anyone?
Second, Jarvis.
Second, Forgy.
I heard a second from Counselor Jarvis. Thank you. Report from committee.
This also received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, or amendments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Pass. Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yeah. Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have debt service. Vice President Wheeler, please.
I move that we approve the total debt service budget in the amount of $1,937,756.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee.
Unanimous positive recommendation.
Thank you. Discussion, comments, questions, amendments from anybody? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
There is a note in the chat that Counselor Gilmore had to step away. Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And lastly, we have miscellaneous items of Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that we approve the total miscellaneous budget in the amount of $14,584,097.
Second, Disorder.
And I do believe, I just want to note for counselors who do need to recluse themselves from this vote, now would be the time to do so. Which, in a virtual world, Counselor Jarvis.
Yes, I need to accuse myself from voting on this because I would benefit from the retirement and the health portion of it.
Thank you. Counselor Forgy.
Yes, at this time, I also need to recuse myself. I'm a retiree of the town and I benefit from these line items, both retirement and insurance. So I will recuse myself.
Thank you. With that being said, remaining counselors, are there any questions, comments, or amendments? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote. Or I'm sorry, Counselor Wheeler, did I get report from committee?
No, that's okay. I was going to let it slide, but this
Yay.
did receive a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means. We simply noted that the increases in contributory retirement and employee health insurance do tend to be two of the biggest increases that the city faces every year, and for good reason. They are very important, but it is something that the city is thinking about, and I have many discussions with Director Gilman about these items. That's all. Thanks.
And yes, of course, Counselor Forgy, I'm aware that both you that you recused at committee. Yes, and I'm happy that you noted that, Counselor Vice President Wheeler. You tell, like, my brain is just anyway, because that's a conversation that Director Gilman has been having, and I really appreciate her attention to those line items, and particularly the health insurance line item, which we do have some minute control over shopping around. But these are certainly costs that not only the city of Greenfield are facing. This is happening to for-profit, municipal, nonprofit companies across the country because, as we know, our healthcare system, well, it is what it is. So if there are any other comments, questions, discussion, or if there's any desired amendments, please make them at this time. Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to, Clerk Scott, do we vote the total operating
A
with the
motion,
amendment?
a motion should be made as written in the packet, and then the motion should be amended based on the amendment from the mayor's department.
I see. Okay, Counselor Wheeler, please.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $53,879,617, which is the full amount necessary for the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget, July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, be appropriated for the purposes stated. To meet said appropriation, $400,000 will be transferred from the parking meter receipts reserve, and $53,479,617 will be raised and appropriated.
Second,
Jarvis.
Gilmore.
I heard a second from Counselor Jarvis. Counselor Vice President Wheeler.
I move to amend the motion by striking the amount $53,879,617 in both instances, and inserting the amount $53,879,442.
Second, Ricketts.
Motion's been made. Second, discussion on the motion. Seeing none, we'll move to a roll call vote. On the amendment.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer, Counselor Elmer,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor, thank you, Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Great. Back to Vice President Wheeler for the full motion, please.
Okay, so the motion now reads, I move that it be ordered that the sum of $53,879,442, which is the full amount necessary for the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget, July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, be appropriated for the purposes stated. To meet said appropriation, $400,000 will be transferred from the parking meters, receipts reserved, and $53,879,442 will be raised and appropriated.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussion on the full motion? Seeing none, we will once again move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving right along to page 23, Vice President Wheeler, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $1,430,399 be appropriated for the FY21 Water Enterprise Fund, and that $317,995 be included in appropriation from the general fund for water enterprise indirect costs to be allocated to the Water Enterprise Fund for funding, and that $1,430,399 be raised from water user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021.
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means.
Great. Questions, comments from counselors? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Moving along to page 26, please. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that be ordered that the sum of $2,280,353 be appropriated for the FY21 Sewer Enterprise Fund, and that $394,511 be included in appropriation from the general fund for sewer indirect costs to be allocated to the Sewer Enterprise Fund for funding, and that $2,280,353 be raised from sewer user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2020 and ending June 30, 2021.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions from counselors? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore, Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Moving along to page 29, Vice President Wheeler.
Point of information, Clerk Scott, would you be so kind as to read back the amount that we voted to raise and appropriate in the final line for the operating budget?
Certainly. Let me just get there.
Yeah.
$53,879,442.
Continuing with my point of information, if I may, and this is going to be a question for the parliamentarian. I believe I made a mistake when I made the amendment because I inserted the same amount in both places when in fact $400,000 is meant to be transferred from parking meter receipts. And so the amount raised and appropriated should actually be lower. So I'm afraid that we may have made a mistake there. Mr. Roberts, is it possible for me to reconsider my vote on that at this time?
Anybody who voted in the affirmative can move for reconsideration. So you could move for reconsideration now, and then once that's accepted, you could move to amend previous motion.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'll move to reconsider my vote at this time.
Reconsider the motion.
The motion, thank you.
Second, 4G.
And then now we will vote to, I guess, hear the reconsideration. So we'll do a roll call.
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so at this point, we can now hear your reconsideration.
Thank you. I move now. I may need the parliamentarian again here. I am
A kind of neat, clean way to do it, Counselor Wheeler, would be to say, I move to amend the original motion by blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
But don't say blah, blah, blah.
I move to amend the original motion by striking in line one. By striking in line 5 the amount 53 million. Again, in the original motion, it was $879,442, and inserting $53,479,442.
Seconded by Jarvis.
Motion's been made second. I believe now we discuss.
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for reconsideration? Seeing none, can we please move for a roll call vote?
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Almer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts,
Yes.
11 yes.
Thank you. So just to confirm before we move on, that Mr. Roberts, that is all set.
I believe so, President Stemple. Yes, you've amended the motion. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
And
President
Kathy,
Stemple,
sure.
may I ask for a point of clarification from Director Gilman
Yes.
that the bottom line budget, as noted on page 21, was $879,617 before the amendment. Is that correct?
No, it was, the total from the mayor's budget reduced that by 175. So that number is 53,879,442.
And can I just ask for confirmation from Councilor Wheeler that that was the number that you had clarified?
Thank you, Clerk Scott. Yes, that is the correct final number for the budget. What I was clarifying was the amount to be raised and appropriated in light of the $400,000 that will be applied from parking meter receipts. So the vote, the prior vote on total operating was correct and should stand. And I thank everyone for allowing me to clarify that, and thank you, Parliamentarian Roberts and Director Gilman, for your help.
Thank you. I was having a little audio problem here and wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Great. So we will move on now to page 29, please. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $1,529,684 be appropriated for the FY21 GSET Enterprise Fund, and that $109,470 be included in appropriation from the general fund for GSET Enterprise indirect costs to be allocated to the GSET Enterprise Fund for funding, and that $1,529,684 be raised from GSET user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021.
Thank you.
Second, Ricketts.
Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation. We recognize that GSET is still in its expansion phase, but they are getting close to being revenue positive. while also adjusting to certain, basically taking on more indirect costs than they have before. So again, unanimous positive.
Thank you. Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, I'm very excited for this. I mean, we all know what happened at the beginning of this whole project. So this is just such a win-win for the city. So many people out there are just waiting to become customers. So this is probably one of my happiest moments of voting tonight. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you guessed it, folks. We will move to a roll call vote.
Councillor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councillor Disorder,
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councillor Dolan,
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councillor Elmer,
Yes.
Councillor Forgy, Councillor Forgy,
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Absolutely, yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Moving right along to page 32, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Greenfield City Council appropriate the sum of $450,000 from water enterprise retained earnings to the
I'm
FY20
sorry, page
water
31, you're right.
enterprise,
Thank you.
to the FY20 water enterprise operating budget.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Yes. Do I hear a second?
Second, Disorder.
Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means.
Thank you. Discussion, questions from councilors. We'll move to a roll call vote.
Councillor Jarvis,
Sorry,
Council-
wrong mouse. Yes.
Councillor Gwynn,
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councillor Dolan,
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councillor Elmer,
Yes.
Councillor Forgy,
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. And now we will move to page 32, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council appropriate the sum of $222,000 from sewer enterprise retained earnings to the FY20 sewer enterprise operating budget.
Second, Disorder.
Second, Forgy. Oh,
I heard a second from Councilor Disorder. Thank you. Any question, report from committee.
This also received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means, and just for the public's understanding, and as noted in the packet, the city's anticipating decreased water and sewer revenues, and so both of these transferred from retained earnings would compensate for that.
Thank you. Questions or comments from councilors? Clerk, please, a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler, page 33, please.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council authorize the following revolving fund spending limits in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53, Clause E and a half for the fiscal year 2021. Received but not expended in fiscal year 2021 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2021 unless otherwise indicated in the attached. No further appropriation shall be made in excess of the balance of the fund, nor shall total expenditures for the fiscal year exceed the annual spending limit as noted. The aggregate amount of all revolving funds spending limits is not to exceed $489,000.
Do I hear a
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation as amended. And the amendment was over the sentence that says receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2021 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2021. So I would like to make that motion if I may, but I'd first like to confirm with Director Gilman which years, whether it's our wish to carry over FY20 into FY21 or 21 into 22.
21 into 22.
Thank you, Director Gilman. So I will move to amend by striking the second instance of fiscal year 2021 from line 4 in the order, and replacing the word 2021 with 2022.
Second.
Second.
And just for clarification, Vice President Wheeler, that's the third instance of 2021,
Yes.
not the
Thank
second.
you. So let the record indicate third instance. Friendly amendment.
I believe it was seconded. Remind me by who?
Counselor Gwynn.
Thank you very much. Motion's been made second. Discussion. Again, this is on the amendment. Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote on the amendment from changing the fourth instance from 2021 to 2022.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The amendment to change the last reference of 2021 to 2022 passes.
Great. Moving on, we will, Vice President Wheeler, please read the motion as amended.
Yes. So the motion as amended reads, I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council authorize the following revolving fund spending limits in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53, EN 1/2 for the fiscal year 2021. Receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2021 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2022 unless otherwise indicated in the attached. No further appropriation shall be made in excess of the balance of the fund, nor shall total expenditures for the fiscal year exceed the annual spending limit as noted. The aggregate amount of all revolving fund spending limits is not to exceed $489,000.
Second, disorder.
Thank you. Motion's been made second. Discussion. I'm assuming there's none. Another roll call vote, please, clerk, for the motion as amended.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Well, folks, we've made it through our operating budget. Congratulations. And now we have our capital budget. So moving right along, Vice President Wheeler, page 35, please.
All right. So I think the page for the order is actually on 54. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've been scrolling. Yep. It looks like we are moving to 54, please.
Great. I move that be ordered that the sum of $230,000 be appropriated to the General Stabilization Fund to pay off an existing fire department vehicle lease for engine number 2.
Second, Ford.
Please, whoever, someone's microphone is on, although they are not speaking, please mute yourself. Motion's been made second. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at committee. We acknowledged that it is a unusual circumstance to pay off this lease all at one time and from the General Stabilization Fund, but we recognize the importance of funding these trucks and vehicles that the fire department has needed for many years. And we recognize that the police department has their cruisers under their operating budget. And so the lease proposal, which we'll see in the varying capital requests, was something that the Ways and Means Committee supported.
Great. Any discussion? Councillor Dolan.
Just to clarify, I'm not remembering exactly from all the conversation about fire trucks at the Ways and Means meetings, but I'm assuming that this will save the city money in the long run.
It's a good question. Would you like to pose that question to Director Gilman?
That would be fine, or anyone from Ways and Means who might know the answer.
Sure. In that case, Councillor Disorder.
We discussed this at great length. This has been on capital improvements for several years, and the actual repairs on some of the fire trucks were close to $50,000, and there was a very unique way of making this something that we could afford, and it is overdue and more than needed.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Well, I think Jenny summed it up. Sorry, Councilor DeSorger summed it up really well. This is something that we don't just need right now. This is something that we've needed for years, and I'm sad that we are only talking about it now. This is something that we need to support. I know that touring the fire station, I've discovered that I have siblings who are younger than some of our equipment, and that's a problem.
And I'd like to acknowledge Councilor Ricketts. I'm sorry, honey. Maybe I thought it was from before, so I apologize. It's yours now. You might still be muted.
I wanted to,
There you go.
what I was bringing up before we started this was, must we do the roll call every single time now? Like,
For
do we
the
think that,
record, I would prefer to do it that way, just so we have an account.
oh, okay, and so I just wanted to just get clarification if if we all said aye and there was one no, then we could take a roll call if we weren't sure if two people said no or three. But no, I understand. And then following up with Council DeSorja and Gilmore, yeah, the fire truck situation is overdue. So yeah, this is a yes for me. So thank you.
And then Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a little clarification here. The $230,000 is to pay off a lease. That's a line item in the fire department budget. So funding for another engine, another order later on can be made. I believe that's what this order takes care of.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Councilor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger,
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley, Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councilor Elmer,
Yes.
Councilor Forgy,
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts. Councilor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. So we're moving on to page 58, please. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. Whereas the fire department has a need to procure a combination fire engine rescue truck, and the mayor has proposed a cost-effective lease purchase financing arrangement, the term of which shall be related to the useful life of the equipment to be purchased, I move that it be ordered that the sum of $710,000 be authorized for the purchase of a combination fire engine rescue truck and all necessary equipment therefore. That to meet such authorization, the mayor is authorized to enter into a lease purchase agreement, the agreement, for a term not to exceed 14 years, with the annual lease payments to be paid subject to appropriation from the fire department operating budget, and that such agreement shall be subject to approval as to form by the city's legal counsel. Further, that the mayor and other officers jointly and severally are hereby authorized to take any and all actions and to execute and deliver the agreement and any other documents and certificates which may be necessary or advisable in order to carry out, give effect to, and comply with the terms of the agreement.
Second, DeSorger.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Seconded. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation. This is something that has been, well, the Ways and Means Committee discussed this in detail, as well as all of the fire department's capital requests. This particular item or need for a new engine has been kind of a thorn in the capital committee's side since I've been on it. And I was happy to see this creative solution come before us this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions, or comments from counselors? Seeing none, a vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, moving along to page 59, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $75,000 be transferred from 1627 bond premiums to purchase a fire department brush truck.
Second, Disorder.
Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from committee. The department is working on I think that this brush truck may have been the item that Councilor Disorder was speaking of that requires a lot of maintenance costs. And we supported the relatively modest expense to replace it.
Thank you. Discussion, comments, questions from counselors? I am not seeing any. We'll do a vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to page 61, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $350,000 be appropriated to purchase fire department vehicle/engine. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $350,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is hereby authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you. Report from committee, please.
This is the final order before us in this year's effort to modernize the fire department's fleet of vehicles, and it received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from counselors? Seeing none, vote please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan, Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, moving on to page 64, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the sum of $10 million be appropriated for the construction of a new fire station. To meet that appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $10 million pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary carry out the intent and purpose of this project. And further, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, the premium received by the city upon the sale of any bonds or notes hereunder, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to pay project costs, and the amount authorized to be borrowed for the project shall be reduced by the amount of any such premium so applied.
Second, Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee. We recognize that it is the single most important capital project before the council this year. It is incumbent upon the city to build a new fire station in order to construct a new library. And we feel confident that the city will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. There are some requests for discussion. Counselor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I just thought I'd give the council a little update that the OPM and designer will be looking, opening the RFPs next week, along with the building subcommittee in picking a temporary site. The RFP went out, and I believe the due date is the 21st. And at that point, the subcommittee will make a recommendation to the full committee, which will recommend to the mayor on a temporary site. And we should see things moving rather fast now. And I will probably have weekly updates at that time.
Great. Thank you very much. Counselor Gilmore.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I just want to say, I know that during public comment, we heard a lot of folks talking about how this is important because we need to make sure that the library goes through. And I think that we all have a right to be proud of the new library that we're going to get. But I really just want to emphasize how important this project is, regardless of the library. This is something that we needed to do, whether we got that grant for the library or not. And so I'm happy that we're finally voting on this.
Great. Thank you. Counselor Gwynn.
Yeah, I think I was building a little bit off of what Counselor Gilmore just said. You know, a lot of our focus seemed to have been, you know, we're doing this because of the library, we're doing this because of the library, but maybe Counselor Jarvis can add to that. But the condition of our existing fire station, this is when Counselor Wheeler said this was one of the most important things, this was also a big concern to the residents. You know, they're asking about the $10 million in a bad time. But I think at some point, people have to realize our fire station is not in the shape it should be in. You know, it's got to be replaced, as Counselor Gilmore said already. I just didn't know how much that was addressed at the subcommittees, and maybe someone can just reiterate the thoughts that this replacement is a necessity regardless of the library.
Thank you. And yes, Counselor Jarvis, please, if you can speak to that.
Yes, I will. Having spent 30 years in those four walls, I will tell you that the fire station is in pretty sad shape. And with the building of a news station, we would be proud that our men and women are now in a modern facility. Because I will tell you, if you walk through the facility we have now, we should be ashamed that we have our men and women um, in those four walls. So I think it's a home run for, so to speak, for the people that serve the citizens of Greenfield and the citizens themselves.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or some questions? Seeing none, yeah, I agree. This is a really important project, and I'm very grateful for Councilor Gilmore pointing out that regardless of the library, this project is very important. While I guess over the last year or so, those two projects have been thought of in tandem with each other, but separately, I think they're both important, especially making sure that our public safety is able to serve our citizens. Without further ado, let's please move to a vote.
Councilor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger,
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councilor Elmer,
Yes.
Councilor Forgy,
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts.
Oh, yes.
Would the president like to vote?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving right along. You guys can take a sip of your water every time I say moving right along. I notice I'm saying it a lot. We are now on page 65, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $76,000 be appropriated to purchase security upgrades for 14 Court Square, 20 Sanderson Street, the Energy Park, the waste and water pumping stations, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $76,000 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, DeSorger.
Thank you. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation. The city has various security cameras which are not and have not been properly functioning for some time. The police department frequently will ask to see the tapes, and the tapes don't work, or there are no tapes. So using the expertise and the labor of our IT department, I think we're able to save on the installation of these security upgrades. So the Ways and Means Committee voted a unanimous positive recommendation.
Thank you very much. Question, does this also include the back door at City Hall?
I don't have my notes in front of me, but either this or the exterior doors, it's included in one of them, and I think that someone can speak, but I believe that it does.
Yeah, the mayor, if you'd like to speak to that, because that's been a concern of mine for everybody working there and for all that's important to the city for a while now.
Yes.
Perfect. If you really wanted to, you could open that back door.
It includes the back door, which I exit frequently. And yes, It's very important to the security of the people that work in that building, especially those who work in the evening hours, including our city clerk and many people. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it down the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from counselors? Seeing none, vote, please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy, Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Page 68, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $150,000 be appropriated to purchase a police mobile command post, and to meet said appropriation, $90,000 be transferred from Fund 2601 FEMA reimbursement, and the balance of $60,000 to borrow. The treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $60,000 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grant available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation. We recognized that in a state of emergency, this would be an obvious time to replace the mobile command post that the police department has, which isn't really functional even. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Comments and questions, Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, I watched Chief Haig speak to this during the budget times, and they're just doing such an awesome job through this whole entire pandemic. And I think this is very necessary and everything. The timing is perfect. So I'm so glad that this is something that we are going to be getting in the city, and we are going to use it. Virus or no virus, it's going to come in very handy, and I'm happy that this has come forward.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will take a vote, please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving along to page 70, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $20,000 be appropriated to purchase a police mobile message board. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $20,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project. to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Do I hear a second? Thank you very much. Report from committee.
This received a positive unanimous recommendation at Ways and Means. The police mobile message board is a trailer that can not only display messages around speeding or emergency messages. The DPW might also be able to borrow it on occasion, and essentially a modest expenditure for something that citizens regularly ask for.
Thank you. Excuse me, comments or questions from counselors? I think it's evident right now, our signs are in use right now, letting people know about our mask advisory and our mask order. So it's a more communication is better than less communication. And I know that this has been considered for a while now, adding signs for the city to use. So I appreciate the partnership between police and DPW in order to share versus appropriating per department. I don't see any other questions, so we will move to a vote. Unless, Penny, did you write that recently?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just checking. I can't keep track. All right, so we'll move to a vote.
President Semple, can I ask the counselor who seconded the motion to clarify who that was, please?
Yes.
Disorder.
Thank you, Counselor Disorder. Roll call vote. Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler, page 75.
Thank you. I move that the sum of $115,000 be appropriated for the design and reconstruction of Sanderson Street. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $115,000 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means. And we would note that it is as it says, just the design phase. There would be considerable water main improvements to be made, as well as repaving. And that would come in next year or at a later date.
Thank you. Counselor Gilmore, no, this is not a repeat. This is a different item. Counselor Gwynn.
So with this whole thing, and I'm sorry, just what's the intention of this design? What is this piece of this? Because I keep hearing different things. What is the actual intention of this design?
The amount is $115,000. That's a good question, and I'm going to give that to the mayor if she's available.
Yes, I'm here. It's very important. It's very important. We're talking about the Sanderson Street, right? That Marlowe's on here too. I think he can speak as well, but we're talking about the Sanderson Street. I had to step away for a minute. So it's been on for a couple of years now. I want to be clear where that is. It services some of our most important buildings, middle school, the hospital, and so forth. So it's important that we do this project, and I think we're doing it in a phased and smart way.
Thank you. And if Director Warner, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, the project carries the area from Federal Street all the way to the mountainside beyond High Street. It's got an undersized 102-year-old water main, or 104, either one. We've also did some preliminary work 3 or 4 years ago on the drainage and sewer system. So this is to completely design our utilities and to reiterate what the mayor said. We have the hospital, so on and so forth there. So this is the engineering and design to completely rebuild our utilities in that area that I explained.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, just real quick, in the first sentence, we should probably fix the typo also after reconstruction of, not F. I don't know, just to try to keep it legal.
Legal is important. Mr. Roberts, can that count as a friendly
I'm sorry.
amendment?
I'm here. Would you refer that to me again? I had stepped out of the room for a minute.
Oh, sure, of course. So we're having a typo on page 72 of missing the O for of. So right now we have reconstruction F Sanderson Street instead of of.
Yeah. That's just a friendly amendment, a friendly editorial change. Just putting of instead of f, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't need to do an amendment, formal amendment.
I don't think so. It's just a typographical error. And it's not a typographical error that changes the meaning of the motion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so just put an L in it.
I want to spare counselors as many roll call votes as I can.
I know it gets tiresome, doesn't it?
Perfect. All right. Thank you and thank you for pointing that out, Councilor Jarvis. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilor Disorder,
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councilor Elmer,
Yes.
Councilor Forgy,
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts. Councilor Ricketts. Councilor Ricketts.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just smelled cookies coming out of the oven. Yes.
The motion passes.
Casualties of at-home meetings.
I want some.
Now I'm jealous. Yeah, come on, share. Thank you very much. Moving along to page 75, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $48,000 be appropriated for traffic safety improvements, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $48,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Do I hear a
Second,
second?
Travis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. The committee recognized the need to respond to sort of the traffic safety issues at various parts of the city. This would install flashing beacons at various locations. I think the most important of which is at the crossing by the Cumberland Farms at Federal Street. So yes, the unanimous positive.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from counselors? I wanted to speak to this. I have been knocking down both Chief Haig and Director Warner's doors for the past, I don't know, few years regarding any types of traffic safety improvement that we've been able to conjure up. And aside from road bumps or road gradings or what have you, it seems like our best option for right now are signage, flashing lights, just to make people aware of how fast they're going in our residential streets. I live on Conway Street, and I have a fun game that we play where we sit on our porch and see how fast cars are going while our dog is in the yard. And we've also had a pedestrian killed not too long ago, struck by a vehicle. So these are important things, and I know that there's residents who have been raising these flags for quite some time, and so I hope that residents will see that we are making steps in the right direction, especially in our corridors to really enforce traffic safety. So I appreciate this being on capital budget. I appreciate the support from Ways and Means, and I really encourage counselors to support this as well. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President, and I do agree with everything you just said, especially the need to address the safety of pedestrians as a whole in the city. While I do support this expenditure wholeheartedly, I want to note that it addresses a symptom, not the disease. And it's a really expensive way to fix a problem at merely the worst few points rather than the problem as a whole. So I look forward to continued discussions between the DPW, Public Safety, and the Parking and Traffic Commission around bigger changes which can be made, especially by redesigning streets, making lanes narrower. Those are effective long-term solutions to slow the passage of traffic. But this expenditure, I think, if it saves even one pedestrian crash, let alone fatality, would be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll take a vote, please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore?
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The vote passes.
Wonderful. And I'd also like to vote for this, and I'm voting in favor. Moving
Thank you.
along. Thank you so much. Moving along, please, to page 77.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $40,000 be appropriated for the sidewalk replacement program, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $40,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second,
Do I hear-
disorder.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means, with the unusual wish and desire expressed to actually raise the amount, which is not, of course, something that is within our right to do at this point as council. But there was a majority opinion expressed that the normal yearly expenditure of $100,000 on the sidewalk replacement program really shouldn't be lowered in general, and that this is a small expenditure in light of what we spend on roads, and really for accessibility reasons alone, Ways and Means would love to see it a higher request next year.
Great. Thank you very much. I do see some comments in the chat box. Counselor Disorder.
I would just like to echo what Councillor Wheeler said, and also urge the DPW to take into consideration our recommendations from the Commission on Disability Access. We've had some sidewalks where people actually were falling, and I know that $40,000 isn't enough to get them all done, but just for the ones that we mentioned at our meetings, for you to make an effort to put those up first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from counselors? Seeing none, we will vote. Please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts. Counselor
Yes.
Ricketts. Thank you.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
No, thank you.
The motion passes.
Wonderful. We are turning to page 79, I believe.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $15,000 be appropriated to replace guardrail, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $15,000 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Jarvis.
Disorder.
heard a second from Councillor Disorder. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. We noted simply that the city has a regular process of appropriating $30,000 a year to replace guardrail. But of course, there are always priorities to be made. So we supported the $15,000.
Thank you. Comments or questions from councilors? Councillor Disorder.
That wasn't this time. That was on the last one, but thank you very much.
Oh, see,
I have no comment.
I can't keep track. Did I miss you for the last one, Jenny?
No.
Okay, good.
Council
Sorry.
Temple, you recognize it.
It's all
And,
starting to blur together.
You're doing it.
Thank you very much. So seeing no comments or questions, we will move to vote, please.
Just one suggestion as from
Yeah.
the parliamentarian. I think again you have a typo. It should it not be guardrails instead of guardrail? And it may not be significant, but you know me, I'm an old English teacher.
And so, and by that, and it sounds like it's in two places, in order of replace guardrail.
Yeah. And again, it's just
That's, yeah, the order itself seems like it was stunted.
it's perfectly fine. Yeah, and it's just again, as long as you're correcting typos, I wanted to bring that one up to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the extra eyes because my
A+.
eyes are starting to droop. Okay, so we will, as a just a note in the record, add an S to guardrails, both in the order title as well as within the motion. Just so we can be triple sure that our intent is to replace multiple guardrails with the $15,000. And otherwise, that'd be a very expensive guardrail. So we will go ahead and move that motion with this friendly addition of S, pluralizing guardrails, to a vote.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, we are moving on to page 82, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the sum of $211,000 be appropriated to purchase a road treatment truck, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $211,000 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This was a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means.
Thank you. Comments or questions from councilors? Seeing none, we will vote.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Page 84, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $75,000 be appropriated to purchase a mini excavator. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $75,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Who was that?
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you very much. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means. The mini excavator would replace a backhoe. So there's cost savings there with a certain amount of downsizing, to my understanding, but it would be flexible and allow the road crews to work on sidewalks and a number of other areas.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? I guess my question is the backhoe being decommissioned? It's no longer operating.
I'll defer that to Director Warner.
Yes, the current backhoe will be decommissioned. It's a 1996. It's had some very expensive repairs, and it just so happens it's down as we speak. Lost the transmission part and a couple other things. So it's definitely at the end of its useful life for a piece of equipment of that stature.
When we decommission a piece of equipment, do we actually sell that equipment? What do we do with it?
On this particular rubber-tired excavator, I have an estimate of receiving $10,000 to $12,000 for the existing backhoe. So basically, we're trading it in on the new excavator if it is approved.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I didn't know you could trade in machinery. Great, we'll move to a vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Page 86, please. Or no, I'm sorry, page 88, please. Nope, 86. I'm right. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $44,000 be appropriated to replace the Fisk Avenue parking lot retaining wall. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $44,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Report from committee, please.
We've received a mixed positive recommendation from committee. We spent time looking at plans drafted by the Conway School of Landscape Design for a proposed redesign of the parking lot and park area between Fisk Avenue and Miles Street. And that would be potentially grandfathered and would be a secondary phase to this project. But the majority opinion of the committee was that the retaining wall is failing and should be replaced now, but hopefully part of a broader project.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from counselors? I guess like as we go through capital or even operating, it's really challenging to decipher between what everything is needed now, you know. So it's really hard to look at something and determine, well, is it really needed now? Can it wait a year? And I know that we're in a very strange circumstance right now with we're in a spot of uncertainty in terms of what will the future be like fiscally in terms of what cherry sheets we'll get, what we'll be getting from the state, what we'll be getting from federal, what grants will be available in the future and which grants won't be. And so this is to hear that there was a mixed positive. I'm just trying to figure out, like, of course everything's needed, but what's needed right in this moment versus what's not needed right in this moment. And I think it's up to us to really determine that, knowing that it's going to be a challenging fiscal situation as months go by through this pandemic. And so, not saying that everything on this list isn't very important, but I'm suggesting that maybe there's things on this list that can wait a year and come back to the council for further consideration in the future. Councillor Desorger.
And I think, Councillor Stemple, that was what we were talking about. Definitely, I looked at the retaining wall, took pictures of it, measured it. It's failing. But we still haven't gotten the grant at the same time for the pocket park. It will be something that's beautiful when it's done, and it just merits some thought. So that I'm just echoing what you said, that this was a tough one.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Yeah, President Stemple, I feel like I'm having a lot of same thoughts and concerns that you are, because I know that this pandemic is affecting our businesses and our residents, and we don't know what's going to happen next. And I know that this budget was crafted before we were living in the current era, and that it's meant to carry us through after everything is over. So I really think that, you know, as counselors, we're relying on our department heads to see us through and to help prioritize that these are the things that are going to get us through. But I do get your concern about making sure that this has to happen right now. And hopefully, if it turns out this is not something that needs to happen immediately and it's something that has to wait, I know that department heads are able to turn back funds at the end of the year. And I'm hoping that Director Warner would recognize that and prioritize things accordingly.
Thank you. I'm not sure if turning back funds is relevant to capital items or not. It's a bonding issue, but we can get some clarification on that. I'd like to hear from Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to say that that I too look at this wall, and we need to keep in mind that this is a safety issue. That wall is not in very good shape as you look at it, and keep in mind that there's pretty good sized trucks that back down that alley during the day that use that alleyway for deliveries and items such as that. We need to keep that in mind, and to me, I think it would be a waste of a $40,000 grant to go along with that to create a green space area. I mean, we're talking $44,000 in the grand scheme of things. I see it as a safety issue, and I also see it maybe doing away with $40,000 in grant money that is going to be earmarked for a project that the city wants to do eventually anyways. And if this doesn't move forward, then probably the grant money isn't going to move forward. Either way, we're going to spend $44,000 one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gwynn.
Yeah, my question was covered by Councillor Jarvis a bit. I was asking, is it safety versus aesthetics? Is it a safety issue? If it's public safety, then we have to look at it different than something that just needs to be replaced. So I guess that would be my main concern, as other councillors have mentioned.
Great, thank you. I see you, Mayor, but unless there's a question, I'm not going to acknowledge you. Just trying to shuffle through this. Otis, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to speak, but I'll defer to anyone who hasn't spoken yet to go before me.
Great. Councillor Dolan.
Yeah, I've spent some time thinking about this. I think I'm less concerned about spending the money because it is a capital project. By the time the project's completed and bought it and we really start paying for it, who knows what the economic conditions would be. I think it's really important to move forward with our capital plan so that we don't get into a situation of a lot of deferred maintenance. So in addition to that, I think the downtown recovery after this pandemic is going to be really important, and the city has a really important role to play in making sure that we have a viable space for business, and adding some green space is gonna be a huge advantage in that regard. So I'm for this.
Great. Thank you so much. And going back.
The fire station tonight.
All right.
But I don't think we get it.
If you're not speaking, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just had a few points to make here. It is absolutely a safety concern. The retaining wall is failing. There's really no question there. The concerns that I had around the questions were simply that the retaining wall could be replaced at the same time as a further redesign could happen, because Director Carol Collins has already identified a grant for the redesign, and Director Christy Moore has in her longer term capital requests some site amenities that could go here. So there are really multiple departments that have plans around this. The grant, if received by Director Collins, and she sounded very confident that they would receive it, would really redesign the area in a way that makes a ton of sense. You would basically have the same amount of parking with a big increase in green space and a potential increase in outdoor seating, which, as we know, is incredibly important in this time and could be incredibly important going forward in general. So I personally do feel strongly in favor of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor, oh, you did speak. And thank you so much, councillors, for that robust discussion. I really appreciate it. Would anybody else like to speak? Seeing no, we will move to vote.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councillor Dolan?
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore?
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts?
Yes.
11 yes, the vote passes.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on, making sure I'm not muted. All right, we're on page 88, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $82,000 be appropriated to replace Four Corners playground equipment and include some ACES playground components. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $82,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Who is that?
Second.
Councilor
Disorder.
Schroeder. Thank you. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from the committee. It was noted that some deteriorating equipment would be replaced. I think I can say that the thing that convinced the committee was that there would be many the ACES playground components that you see there in the order refers to playground equipment for children with special needs. And we really did see a need for that. Thank you.
Any discussion from councilors? Councilor Gwynn. We cannot hear you.
There you go. It wouldn't unmute. I'm sorry. A couple of points on this. One, as we were talking about some items from the time that they were conceived till this timing with outdoor parks, being one, maybe this is a project that we could consider putting off. But secondly, when Four Corners, when Green River needed a new playground some years ago, we formed an internal committee at that school. We went to public funding. We were able to buy even at that time, a $60,000 playground with enough money in a fund to replace the shavings and the material. We brought it up to ADA. It was all done with private funds from fundraising for the school unit. The community surrounded it. With money like it is now, with the situation we're in right now, I think this is one of those items that could wait, and people could consider doing public funding and a fundraiser from the school entity, because it's been done in several places throughout Greenfield.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote.
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn?
No.
Councilor Disorder?
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Dolan?
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore?
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councilor Elmer?
Yes.
Councilor Forgy?
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts?
Yes.
Motion passes 10 yes.
Thank you. And I just want to, obviously, it's not easy to be the one to say no to playground equipment, but the rationale made sense. So thank you, Councilor Gwynn, for speaking up and providing ideas, creative solutions in desperate times. Thank you. We're going to move on to page 90, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $203,000 be appropriated to pave the parking lots for Newton and Federal Street schools and construct a walkway at North Parish School. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $203,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation with an amendment. The amendment was essentially to remove the Federal Street School from the paving plan. So if I may, I'll make that motion at this time. I move to amend the order by striking the amount $203,000 and replacing it with the amount $103,000 in both instances, and by striking the words "and Federal Street" in the first sentence.
Second, Forgy.
Ooh, that was a tie. I think I heard 4G. Thank you. Any comments or questions from counselors on the amendment? I guess I have a question. I was unable to attend on Monday and I watched the majority of it, but if you could explain the rationale for leaving Newton, et cetera, in and cutting out Federal Street, that'd be appreciated.
Sure. I'd actually defer to Councilor DeSorger if she was interested in summarizing our discussion here.
Councilor Stemple, may I speak?
Of course.
So we looked very hard at everything that needed to be done at the schools. Many of us going around and looking thoroughly at each item, and the Newton School parking lot is in desperate need of repaving, and the consensus was, with everyone looking, that that was not the same feeling at all for the Federal Street parking lot. And the reason that we added the, you just asked about Federal Street, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
So it was just due to our observations. I think pictures were forwarded to everyone.
Thank you. Councilor Gilmore.
I think that Councilor DeSorger took care of a lot of my concerns. I would just like to put out there that we do have a little bit of a divide with the parents in town. I think that people who are more affluent and in better circumstances tend to send their kids to Four Corners, where we just approved some money for a playground, whereas our lower income folks tend to go to Federal Street School, where we're talking about cutting some funding.
Thank you. Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, I am very happy to hear that we are going to do something for the Newton School. I feel like it's the school that time forgot sometimes. If you're talking about the low income students, that's definitely where they would be going, is at Newton. I've read there many times, and I'm telling you, I prefer to just park at Dunkin' Donuts and walk over. It just needs some tender loving care, and it's so good to see them, be at the top of some discussions for, things happening at the school. So I'm very in favor of this, and I just want to thank Councilor Wheel and Councilor DeSorger for going out and looking at all the schools, and then Councilor DeSorger for taking all the pictures of all these changes that need to be made. I think that you could clearly see the differences in the schools. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Jarvis.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'd like to speak on Counselor Disorders. Pictures that she took, very clearly, you could see that Federal Street only had a couple potholes probably in the parking lot that needed to be addressed, and I believe probably our DPW could handle that and maybe patch some crack in, and we could probably get along by doing it maybe next year instead of this year. I believe that that parking lot didn't really look in that rough of shape. Thank you.
Thank you. And members of Ways and Means, I'm curious what the discussion was like for building the walkway at North Parish School, if there were any sentiments around that or any debate.
Haven't gotten there yet.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to summarize. There was an initial amendment made that did not include the walkway at North Parish. And after some discussion, we noted that the superintendent had made it sound like it was an item that parents were requesting. It sounded like the need for the walkway was exacerbated in the winter when cars park on the side of the road and kind of obligating people to walk more in the middle of the road. I haven't seen it in the winter, so I can't speak to that personally. So we were taking the testimony of Chair Prietti and Superintendent Harper. I did vote, and I was the one who made the motion to include the North Parish walkway because I made a judgment call and thought I saw a need for it, but I don't. I guess I don't feel strongly myself personally.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'd be interested. So we have the amendment on the table. I'd be interested in amending that further to just focus on Newton Street School, knowing that eventually we will likely need to build a walkway at North Parish School. I'm not saying that it's not important, but my parents do live on Place Terrace, and so I do have some visibility to that. And I'm just in favor of really focusing on Newton for this year. So I'm going to go ahead and make that amendment, removing Federal Street School as well as North Parish School, to really centralize our paving on Newton Street School. And
Second.
I'd be interested to know if you do that.
Madam President, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment. So that is paving Newton Street School and removing Federal and North Parish School from the project.
Point of information, Madam President, should we specify the amount?
Yes.
So the amount reflecting the removal of the walkway would, by my calculation, be $82,500.
That looks right to me. Yep. And so we're voting on the amended motion, or just the amendment. I'm sorry, we're voting on the amendment. So if you vote yes, you're in favor of the amendment. If you vote no, you are not in favor of the amendment.
So just for clarification purposes, the motion would read, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the sum of $82,500 be appropriated to pave the parking lot for Newton School and to meet said appropriation.
Yes.
Yada, yada, yada. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And we're
Counselor
just voting,
Jarvis?
and to be clear, we're just voting on the amendment right now, counselors. Right? Yeah. We're voting to approve the amendment, and then we'll vote on the motion as amended.
Correct. Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore? Counselor Gilmore?
No.
Counselor Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts?
Happily, yes.
The motion passes with 10 yes.
And that's the amendment passes. So
I'm sorry, yes, the
now
amendment passes.
the amendment passes, and we have a comment, Counselor Gilmore.
Yes, I just wanted to say that the parents and the children in my precinct send their children to Federal Street School. So I'm happy to support the motion, even though I voted against the amendment.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion as amended? I just have to say I'm a proud Newton Street alum. All right, so we will do a roll call on the motion as amended.
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Happily, yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore?
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts?
Yes.
Would the president like to vote?
No, that's okay.
The motion passes with 11 yes.
Thank you. Moving on, please, to page 91.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $20,500 be appropriated for painting at North Parish School, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $20,500 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project, to be used to reduce the appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
Ways and Means forwarded a mixed negative recommendation. The majority felt that while there might be a need for painting, and that they did not see the need to prioritize it at this time.
Questions or comments from counselors? Counselor Jarvis. Oh, Counselor Disorder.
I'd just like to say that that went in conjunction with what's coming up next, or what's coming up was the windows and the painting going together. And I'm not sure if I can speak to something that's coming up next, but the two projects went together. And am I allowed to speak to the next one? Councilor Stemple?
If you feel they're related, I don't see why not.
Okay. So the next one it really didn't pass. So it in my mind doesn't make sense to do one because you'd be replacing, we were talking about replacing wood and painting around windows, and that didn't pass. So I'm not in favor of this, but the majority wasn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Who am I missing here? Councilor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to say that I would have liked to seen more information on this to make a better educated guess about what the $20,000 went to. So I would just put out a little reminder that next time when we bring stuff to the Capitol to make sure that it's spelled out a little bit different. $20,000 seems like a lot. So I think it needs to be specified even more, hoping that we're not missing a lot of rot that needs to be replaced and stuff like that that went along with this. So maybe a little bit better due diligence in the future. That was just my comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my understanding the superintendent did speak to this. I mean, at length, I guess, if you want to say a few minutes on this, regarding that there is some chipping of paint, and some of the wood is exposed, so it's at deterioration mode. And someone who does, I don't do construction work, but someone who does or home modeling, leaving deteriorating wood unpainted for a while can lead to bigger issues, the replacement of stuff. So I'm in agreement. 20,000 seems like a lot of money. And I'd be willing to hear an amendment to lower that amount so they can get some of the painting done. But I hate to play that game, and I know I've stood on my laurels many times saying, how can we just cut things without knowing what things really cost? So I also, on the flip side, I would be inclined to reduce this, but the other side, I don't want to just throw numbers in the sky. So if any other counselors are interested in that, so be it. Counselor Disorder. You might be muted.
I thought you could see me talking with my hands.
I couldn't.
I think as we go along, you'll see, yes, there was around the windows and not a safety issue, but there was some, rot wood with some painting that needed to be done, but that even the superintendent agreed that that could wait. And if we're not doing the windows at all this year, which was given a negative recommendation, as you'll see, to me, I couldn't put a number to that because the two things kind of went together. But I definitely hear what you're saying, Councilor Stemple.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? And I see what you're referencing now, Councilor Disorder. I was looking immediately below, but you're referencing the replacement of the windows. So that makes sense to me. Those projects do seem in tandem with each other. Any other comments on this one? Seeing none, we will move to a vote, please. Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis,
No.
Counselor Gwynn,
No.
Counselor Disorder,
No.
Counselor Bottomley,
No.
Counselor Dolan,
No.
Counselor Gilmore,
No.
Counselor Wheeler,
No.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
No.
Counselor Elmer,
No.
Counselor Forgy,
No.
Counselor Ricketts.
No.
The motion fails. 11 noes.
All right, moving to page 92, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $157,500 be appropriated to replace flooring at the middle school and Federal Street School. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $157,500 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second,
Do I hear a
Jarvis.
second? Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This did receive a unanimous positive recommendation from committee. Councilor Forgy, I believe, spoke to how some of this flooring may or may not have needed to be replaced when she was mayor. We agreed that there has been a need to replace flooring for at least the past couple of years at a minimum.
Great, thank you. Comments or questions from counselors? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. Please, Clerk Scott.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
No.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
The motion passes with 10 yes.
Great. Moving to page 93, please.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $45,000 be appropriated to replace and repair school fencing. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $45,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Disorder.
Thank you very much. Comments from Counselor Gwynn? You may be muted.
All right, there we go. Nope, it wouldn't open. Just a comment on these fencing. I appreciate the pictures, and I did a little bit. It's been mentioned throughout the night on several things about Newton School, and I know the fencing at Newton School has been passed over in the past because funds ran out, and maybe Director Gilman or somebody can answer this. Can we earmark that money for its origin, like $45,000 for the fencing at Newton School, the balance to be used at other schools, so it targets Newton, which is kind of one of the gateways to Greenfield, and the fence is in just horrible shape?
If Director Gilman is still on the call.
I'm thinking about it. I think your choice is to say Newton or just fencing. You know, I don't know as you can prioritize for them. So in other words, you either say Newton or you say fencing.
So to be specific in the language.
Yeah.
Right. And then, I'm sorry, may I speak, Councilor Semple? So then we'd have to look at how much money this specific Newton fence was going to cost and just separate that from it. so Newton is maybe separate. I don't know. I just don't want to see the other schools get it done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Could we pull Newton into a separate piece and then appropriate fencing? Maybe Councilor Wheeler can reiterate if we have those breakdowns. I saw them on one page.
I was just going to look for the breakdown. Have that handy.
Clerk Scott.
So my question is, when the public hearing notice was run, it was noticed as appropriate $45,000 to replace and repair school fencing. Does that have any bearing on what amendment could be made to the motion, if any?
Well, I would imagine if that were the case, then amending how we amended the schools, that would alter that meaning too, no? If
So
Mr.
I'm going back to find the exact language. So I know when you run a public hearing notice that you, A, can't increase the amount, and B, you can take away from what was
I see
run in the public hearing notice, but you can't substantively change the contents of the order because it wasn't published that way. So I'm looking for a little bit of input from Director Gilman and Parliamentarian Roberts if they have comment.
President Stemple, can I just ask something to go along with that?
Sure. And
my question would be, if we're still appropriating, if we're still appropriating $45,000 to schools, but all we're doing is separating it, so one might be, I don't know what, if we find it 20,000 and 25,000, it's still 45,000 for schools fencing. I don't know if that would change.
Councilor DeZoyer.
I had grave concerns that wasn't going to cover it, and I wanted it is quite obvious, in my opinion, that Newton School is the one that so desperately needs it. So if there were any way that we could phrase that, I would be most appreciative, but I'd have to hear from Director Gilman or Will Roberts.
Yeah, I think it's more Will Robert, but I can tell you that Newton's was the most expensive fencing to do. When I just looked it up, it was like 64,000. There is 22,000 left in an appropriation for fencing, so it would cover just doing Newton, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm thinking about this is Will. I'm thinking about this sort of as a parliamentarian, but also somewhat strategically. And I'm just wondering, and again, it is, I have no clear answer, but it strikes me as it would be procedurally all right to just insert Newton School fencing.
That's a friendly amendment.
And someone could make an amendment to that point, and you could then deal with it.
Vice President Wheeler. Maybe he will make that amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to recognize what I guess Director Gilman kind of just spoke to, which is that the need for fencing at Newton is actually greater than the order before us. And we talked around this a little bit at subcommittee. And at the time, we came down around, well, it's more cost effective to lump the various schools together. So even though there's the fencing at Four Corners is in comparatively great shape, we thought it made sense to leave the order as it was. That said, there was sentiment from multiple committee members that Newton be prioritized. So I will just go ahead and make the motion to insert the words "at Newton School" after replace and repair school fence, and let the council discuss.
Second, Ricketts.
Okay, so motion, I mean, amendment has been made and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
If I may,
And I saw Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak
Councilor.
before the amendment was made, but I will speak anyways. I have a problem with prioritizing any school. We don't know if there's pieces of fences that are a danger to any of the students. I understand that Newton School is in the worst disrepair. There's some extra money left in the fencing account. And seeing that we had not visited any of the schools, I would hate to eliminate any of the other public schools that may have a dangerous situation to a student, a passerby, a parent, or anybody in doing so. So I would caution in appropriating the money for one single school and not knowing the condition of the fences in the others. That's just my thoughts on the matter.
Thank you. And so some history and some background on capital projects and fencing allocations. I can't remember when it was that we allocated fencing appropriation for the schools, but it was back then that Newton Street was supposed to be focused on for fencing. There was a hazard near the playground. There's a brook in the back. And so it sounds like if the Newton Street fencing is to the tune of 65,000, I'm not sure if Newton Street has been looked over in the past and other schools had been repaired first. But as Councillor Quinn stated, we all probably drive by those fences once a day, and I haven't really seen much of a repair at that school. And so I think sometimes the power that the council does have is the fact to prioritize maybe schools or buildings or what have you that have been looked over. And so while I hear you, Councillor Jarvis, I'm also aware that we've allocated money for Newton Street fencing, and it sounds like it hasn't been addressed. Councillor Wynn.
I'm all set. I just wanted to, you also make that we have a request for $45,000 for fencing when it's costing $62,000 to fix one fence, or $22,000 coming from a fund, and then $40,000 of 45. It just seems like that number wasn't appropriate if there was a lot of fencing to be done, because obviously only one school, if they did Newton, was going to get the allocation anyways. So that being said, I think we should move forward with the 45,000 for Newton, which will barely cover that one school, with the other 20,000 that Director Gilman spoke of.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Yeah, I want to tag on to Councillor Jarvis's words earlier. I think that when we have several elementary schools in the town, and we've got one middle school and one high school, all of our students sort of meet at the middle school and continue to meet together at the high school. But when you're looking at the elementary schools, there really is a sense among the parents that some schools get more funding than others. Some schools have, more affluent parents than other schools. Some schools have more people of color. And I really want to advocate. My neighborhood school is Federal Street School. My kids have done well there. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Federal Street School, but I think when we start trying to say that this school is more worthy of money than this other school, we're really doing a disservice to our residents who still all pay property taxes here. And I'm not saying that Newton School is in a very much better position, but I am trying to advocate for my residents because I represent Precinct 6, and it's my job to represent Precinct 6. So just kind of along those lines, we really need to make sure that this funding is adequate for everybody and that it's even and that people, certain people are not being favored over others.
Thank you. I don't think we're saying that people are being favored over others. I think we're saying that we're noticing that there is some deferred maintenance that has gone on for too long, and we're trying to allocate money specifically to the deferred maintenance. But that's just my take on it. Councillor Disorder.
Just a brief follow-up. I'm totally a person that is into safety, and I actually did walk around to every school, and I could see a couple of very the three schools that they were talking about with the elementary schools. So Federal Street had their fencing was fine. That wasn't part of it. Just and there was a small part of Four Corners that a couple of places I think could be fixed very easily. And there was a section of one section of North Parish School. So I just did want to say that we'd actually, kind of gone and looked for the safety part. I did look, and I think if there were extra, they would go back and use that. I just think that one is so hazardous and so dangerous that it really needs to be, if there's any way possible, to prioritize that. And I'll just leave it at that. But I appreciate everybody's comments.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler. Oh, never mind. Any other further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment. A yes vote adds Newton School. A no vote says no, we're not adding Newton School. We will do a roll.
Councillor Jarvis.
No.
Councillor Jarvis.
No.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
No.
Councillor Gilmore.
No.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
No.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
Seven yeses. Majority. The vote passes.
Thank you. So the amendment passes. So now we have a motion that includes Newton School. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, we will vote on the motion as amended.
Councillor Jarvis.
No.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
10 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving to page 94, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $100,000 be appropriated to replace windows at North Parish School, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $100,000 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second by Ricketts.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This received a mixed negative recommendation from Ways and Means, with only one positive vote and 4 negative. As Councilor DeSorger said, it does tie in some way with the earlier vote on painting. There are some energy benefits to replacing these windows, but the majority did not feel that now was the time to do so.
Thank you. Discussion from counselors. Seeing none, we will move to a vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
No.
Counselor Gwynn,
No.
Counselor DeSorger,
No.
Counselor Bottomley,
Oh.
Counselor Bottomley,
No.
Counselor Dolan,
No.
Counselor Gilmore,
No.
Counselor Wheeler,
No.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
No.
Counselor Elmer,
No.
Counselor Forgy,
No.
Counselor Ricketts.
No.
11 no, the motion fails.
Okay, moving to page 95, please.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $38,500 be appropriated to replace exterior doors at Newton and North Parish schools, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $38,500 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
From DeSorger? Thank you. Just a little report from committee.
After perhaps some initial skepticism, this received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means in light of the security, energy, and rodent keeping out benefits that it would offer.
Rodent keeping out benefits. As someone who had rats overtake her basement last summer, I can totally get it. Discussion from counselors. Counselor DeSorger.
I am totally in favor of this, and I just have to comment again. I don't want any changes to how we have it, but I just did want to comment that it was Newton School. that I could really see the holes with mice and everything could get in. But let's take the $38,000 and fix those doors. This
Thank you. Any further comment? Seeing none, we will vote.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor DeSorder.
Yes, yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes. Bye-bye, rodents.
11 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. I have nightmares from the rat inhabiting my basement, so I'm really glad that we passed this. They're super smart and they totally mess with you. Okay, so moving on, please, to page 97.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $185,000 be appropriated for equipment and related costs at GSET expansion and customer installation. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $185,000 pursuant to MPL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second,
Ricketts. I heard second from Ricketts. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means. As I said earlier, we feel like GSET is well on its way to success, and this would further its continued expansion.
Yeah. Any comments or discussion from counselors? I'm just going to say I wish they had allocated more, because the one downside of GSET that I see, I think, was heightened during this pandemic with the wonderful partnership between the schools and GSET, where they were offering discounted service to families in need. And many of our families in need live in places where GSET is not yet available, and they will need more money and investment from our community to support those community members. So I would love to expand the 185,000 so that they were able to get into Greenfield Gardens, Leiden Woods, and all these other places, so they can serve the residents who need low-cost internet and who can benefit from low-cost internet the most. So I'm absolutely supporting this, and I encourage the mayor and Director Lunt, or General Manager Lunt, to really lean on the council and to get the appropriation they need in order to do that. I don't think we should wait. I think these residents need access to broadband immediately. Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, thank you, President Stemple. And I just want to follow up to what you're saying is during all this time, many college students all had to come back home. They all had to leave universities and stuff. And in September, they may be doing courses online. So more than ever, we will definitely need to be up and running wireless every place in this city. So great point.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will move to a vote.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor DeSorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan. Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
11 yes, vote passes.
Fantastic. Folks, we are like 4 motions away. And I'm going to have Vice President Wheeler go to page 100, please.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $1 million be appropriated for sewer inflow and infiltration, repairs, and replacement. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $1 million pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Jarvis. Thank you very much, Councilor Jarvis. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation at Ways and Means. You'll recall that the city continues to be under a consent order from DEP. So the committee recognized the absolute necessity of the continued expenditure in this area.
Thank you very much. Comments or questions from councilors? Councilor Gwynn.
I realize that we've gone over this and do that, but we're talking about $1 million in one vote. I think, I know there's a line in there that we can use grants and we can use other monies. Is there any way we are able to offset this? Is there a way how the necessity is working? It is $1 million expense. And, $1 million at this point in time, I know we're under some pressure and statute to get it done, but just that clarification, please.
Thank you. I will say I has been the beast of burden for many, many years. We've been kind of tiptoeing around it, allocating $250,000 here, 300 there. I believe this allocation is to once and for all make some real headway and will prevent us from being fined. I think the DEP is a little sick of us saying that we're making progress, which we are, and I'm proud of the progress we're making, but they're starting to come down harder on communities. And I'll defer to Councilor Wheeler for any other clarification. I'm not sure if I see Director Warner is still here too. So I'll actually ask Director Warner to speak at this time.
Sure. So the $1 million started out with what I considered was going to be a placeholder as we expended funds on our SSES evaluation of our sewer system, and it's going to be in 3 phases. We completed the first phase after capital was submitted and was going through the process. We're reviewing the first phase right now, and it's estimated at $1.8 million to do the repairs on the first 4 sub-basins of the city. We're reviewing that, and I think we can get closer to this $1 million mark due to trenchless technologies that we can use and whatnot. So we're evaluating that, and I think we can do better than the 1.8. There's a company in town now doing the phase 2, another 4 sub-basins of our sewer system. So we are under kind of tight constraints. Within a year, we have to have a complete construction plan to DEP. And we also have to have a capital plan set up on our intent to do all the repairs. So we're moving pretty fast now. The crew worked through the winter on the SSES, but that's where we're at now.
Just a follow-up question, Director Warner. There are some benefits outside of just being in compliance to doing this work for the city in terms of our water meter being out of control and some other aspects of that. Can you speak to the benefits to the city other than just being in compliance?
Yeah, well, I mean, I&I in itself, inflow and infiltration is an issue, feeding millions and millions of gallons of clean water into the plant every year for treatment. Our electricity, we should be able to bring our electricity down at the plant, which we're always over budget. Pumps are running constantly. That's one benefit. Chemicals, supplies in that regards will come down. And not only that, we're improving or updating our infrastructure along the way. A lot of our sewer lines are low clay tile, nearing between 80 and 100 years old. So there's many pieces to this along the way. And to speak to the grants or the opportunities, honestly, there isn't a whole lot out there for this right now. As we go through COVID-19, there's more and more talk of infrastructure upgrades later down the road. But I'm hesitant to delve in and say, it's going to help us on the I&I because we're going to be on the consent order. And, as of this week, they haven't really loosened up any of the dates and the requirements on that order. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I just want to echo the gravity that I think is implied in everything that Director Warner just said. These are really, they're enormous expenses. We're going to be using community development block grants to replace a water main in the area of West Street coming up, and that's to the order of around $600,000. So I guess that I absolutely see the need to do something to take off the burden that this will hit taxpayers with, which I think was what Councilor Gwynn was getting at. And to me, it comes down to new growth. There has to be new growth. There has to be support from councilors, from the executive branch for some type of new growth. It's not going to be something that everyone's going to agree on. We're not going to be able to control it, but there has to be support for it, I think. Otherwise, the tax rate will go above $25.
Thank you. Councilor Forgy.
Can I ask the question that from the director of DPW? What happens if we're not in compliance? What things happen to us as a community?
So the original consent order, when I came back in October of 18, time's flying, I went down to Springfield and sat with DEP and asked for an extension to this consent order. So we're kind of on our second, for lack of a better term, second strike, second swing at the ball here. So we can ask that there's probably about 50 different items in the consent order, and I'd be happy to send that along to whoever wants it. But to break it all down, every couple of months, 3 months, 6 months, there's different targets we have to hit on what they're requesting in that consent order. Some of it's, in-shop management, our plans and stuff like that we've got updated where we're handling that. But it's pretty sequential in the next 2 years to get to where we need to go on that whole consent order. Whether we can get extensions on some of those sequences, I would not want to say yes or no at this point. I have no idea.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Forgy?
A follow-up, if I may, briefly. Do we get fined? What happens to us? I mean, I get the value of doing it and everything else, but what can the state or the feds lean on us with?
I would have to look it up, but if we miss anything in the sequences that they're requiring on this second opportunity, I'm trying to remember, it's somewhere in the vicinity of potential $5,000 a month until we come into compliance with the complete consent order. And that, to me, that sounds scary. It is scary to me, to be quite honest with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Disorder.
I can't speak to this eloquently, but I read a lot about it, and I understand it very well. We don't take care of these things. We had the Leiden pump failure, and then when it rains too much, we're contaminating the water. And I don't want to go more in depth how we're contaminating the water, but it's not handling the amount of rain. The rain comes in and then it spills over, and it's bad for everyone. And that is not an eloquent or scientific explanation, but I did a lot of reading. I do believe it needs to be done.
Thank you. Counselor Gilmore.
I want to reiterate what I said earlier about how Director Warner has spent a lot of time working with city councilors, trying to explain these issues in layman's terms so that even people who have never worked in his field still have a grasp on how important this is. And I remember my first year on the city council, this was something that came up on the chopping block. And Director Warner was not actually in that position, it was a different person. And he was not able to make this as clear to me as Director Warner has made it. This is something that, even though it's really difficult to understand the importance, this is something where the state really can drop the hammer on us. We can get into a lot of trouble. This can cost us a lot of money. And we're really just better off doing it instead of taking any risks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
11 yes, the motion passes.
Thank you. And it is one of those things where what we don't see, it's hard to consider allocating $1 million to it. We don't think of where the water goes when we flush the toilet. We don't think of where the water goes when we turn the faucet on. We don't think where the water comes from. And so I commend counselors for being able to open their mind and consider where all this does come from and the impacts, not only on our community, but on the environment. So thank you, everybody. Vice President Wheeler, we are now on page 102.
Thank you. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $940,000 be appropriated for the dredging of Leiden Glen. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $940,000 pursuant to MGL Chapter 44 or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation. It was noted that Director Warner's plan was an adjustment from the plan of his predecessor, and in the long run will almost have the cost. So the committee supported it unanimously.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from counselors? Seeing none, we can move to a roll call, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor